Good afternoon, everybody, or good evening, or good morning, depending on where you are. My name is Bruce Kelly, the modeler known as Kelly. If you listen to the podcast, The Modeler's Life, I'm going to be your host for the next few hours. We have a lot of good presenters in the next uh, presentation coming up. We've got right now Mike Coley, who's going to do a presentation on rooftop details. Uh, Mike began his journey with trains when he was obviously 5 years old in the Lionel set, which most of us are pretty familiar with. It's the same story. Uh, in 1968, his wife gave him a HO train set for Christmas, and he focuses on operations and learning how to build a layout. Over the years, he's had 4 layouts, participated in the construction of the Tennessee or Texas Western Railroad, a model railroad club in Houston area. He attends clinics by Dave Frary. I'm lousy with names here. So Brian Nolan, Foscale, Malcolm Furlow. These clinics gave him the confidence and the skills to begin creating craftsman style structures, models, and scenery and making them look real. Mike lives in Ganbury with his wife, and he enjoys fly fishing, cooking, and please welcome Mike Coley.
Howdy, folks. I am Mike Corley. I'm also known as Frisco Mike because I love the Frisco, and my name is Mike. So anyway, today we're going to talk about roofs. Pretty interesting topic, and one that is interesting to me because, when we look at our layouts, we look down at them most of the time. And we're always looking at the roofs. And I noticed on the layout that everything looked pretty good. Scenery was good. Models were really good looking. The equipment. But the roofs were, shabby, weren't very realistic looking. So I started really looking at that in my models and tried to include that. So today I'm going to share some of the things that I've learned. And hopefully by the end of this session, you'll at least know what to do. Sadly, I don't have time to teach you how to do it, but maybe another time. So let's get started and see how we're going to get this objective. We're going to talk about what you need to get started, what kind of roofing materials you need, and then roofing details. Here on the right, you see a prototype structure, which the prototype photos play a very, very big part in working on your roofs. You can see this one has standing seam roofing, and it's got a new piece in there and rusted and molded, and it's got all kinds of things going on with it. So having a prototype photo really does guide you. So by looking at this photo, we can see all kinds of interesting stuff. We can see that this roof is a wood shingle roof. Actually, it's a pretty decent roof. The lines are very straight. It's got a smokestack. It's got a little board horizontally there to support getting up on the roof. And there may be guys tied to that smokestack. You can look over here, and it appears that they either have long pieces of metal or long pieces of wood. And then here, it looks like maybe there's some tar paper or a roll of roofing. So this picture tells me a lot. It says, okay, this is probably in the 1800s up to 1940, steam locomotive. Looking at the things, I don't see any electrical lines. So this gives me an idea of the roof and what type of roof detail. So where can you find prototypical roofing sources? And that's you can go on the internet if you have access to the internet, and the sky's the limit. There's all kinds. You can Google for anything and find them. My favorite is Shorpy and Shorpy.com. And Google Earth, and I zoom way in and I can find out what kind of roofs they use in a particular region or an area. Of course, you can have subject matter books, periodicals, and a great source are the library books And also the libraries often have an online service where you can go in and research particular topics, and you can find a lot of good pictures of roofs there. If we look at this prototype picture up close, you can see that this building looks like it's kind of road hardened, put up wet. It's got corrugated iron or steel roof. It's got also one that looks like it's rusted. Over here on the right, we see a more modern standing seam type roof, corrugated perhaps. And you can see that we're in the mountainous area. Trucks are, 40s, 50s style. So that kind of sets us in the area. Now this one in the era. This one has electricity and phone lines, so it's obviously a modern picture. But the old structures and the old details remain the same. Roofing materials. Roofing materials that I've seen in prototype photos that I've used in my models have been wooden shingles, asphalt shingles, rolled roofing, corrugated metal, standing seam roofing, gravel roofing, and slate roofing. Here's a photo of an old structure. It's an old theater that's now Masonic Lodge in Granbury, Texas. And it has a modern roof on it, though, and that's a white rolled roofing that's got asphalt aggregate on top, and it's been put down with tar. Has pretty long strips. It's about 3 foot wide, and that's important that you don't put too wide of rolled roofing on your structures or it doesn't look real. So 3 feet, 36 inches, 48 inches are probably what I would aim for. So if we look at some of the materials that are available, here's a slide. Apologies to anybody's pictures that I got from the internet. If I knew who you were, I'd give you credit. But here's some different types of shingles. You got Campbell's rolled roofing shingles here. I mean, paper shingles. You have shingles here that are already all set and ready to glue on the building. You have paper shingles down here that you trim and offset and put them on. Here's laser cut wood shingles, and then another set of paper shingles. So, to simulate wood shingles, the sky's the limit. Here we see our good old favorite Campbell structure with Campbell's aluminum roofing that's been weathered heavily. And this is a prototype picture I just threw, and I thought this was a lot of fun to see the different years. If you go down here to the bottom, it looks like there was a brown asphalt roof. Then they went to green. Then they went to rolled roofing. And then they put corrugated iron on top of that. So that's a storied and historied roof. I wouldn't do every building like this, but a building like that every once in a while, an appropriate location, might be kind of fun to do. Here's another model that has rolled roofing placed on it. Here's another old structure that has corrugated iron with new iron on it, as well as old rusted iron. And corrugated iron rusts in many, many different ways. So it's really a challenge sometimes to model it. This is an interesting roof. It was one that went on Sheepscott's Cat's Head Pier on the elevator structure. And it was made by using 200 grit wet and dry paper, spray painting it flat black, and then using green chalk to go over it. And then the edges were highlighted with a black marker. So, this doesn't look brand new. It's definitely old and has been in the weather for a while. So that's some of the different material roofing types that we're going to take a look at today. Classic is wooden shingles. These shingles are pretty long in the tooth, I'm afraid. They probably don't keep much rain out. But the interesting thing is the color. And that's a discussion for how, but you'll notice most roofs have very straight lines of shingles. And so in our models, if you put down crooked lines, it's not going to look as realistic. So sources for these shingles, once again, you can get them in a roll from Campbell and other companies probably. The Wild West models make a printed page. There are all kinds of vendors. I don't want to stop anybody, but there are many vendors who make shingles that are supposed to look like regular old wooden cedar shingles. You can also even get individual cedar shingles, and those can be a challenge to put on, but they are beautiful when they're finished. If we look at these models, they've done a really nice job with the shingles on Grandma's house. Here's another one you can see that's kind of staggered, and that's a style that was used really quite a long time ago. And this looks like it's a paper shingle structure, but once again, you'll see they're pretty straight and they look pretty good. So back to rolled roofing. Once again, this is that same old structure. It's got some more details on it though, and we'll take a look at those later, but you can see a lot of exhaust pipes strategically located. Here's another old favorite of mine. Another one that started out with wood, then had green, and then had the red on top of that. You can see some of the shingles laying on the ground. Once again, not every building would look good done like this, but boy, that's interesting with the horizontal stripes. And that can be a little bit of fun too. So rolled roofing, once again, here's some different manufacturers. This one is a printed one, photorealistic. This one is, it looks like it's maybe homemade, pretty rough, pretty heavy. And here's another one that is printed, I believe by the same company as this one, but with a different color. And up here you see a roof that is a little bit different. It's kind of like a board and batten type roof that was probably used in a lot of areas. Wouldn't think it'd be too airtight or watertight. You can get the rolled roofing from, once again, from vendors, sandpaper plate sprayed flat black, adhesive labels. You can use those as rolled roofing, just plain paper. You can make the tar lines visible or not visible. This structure right here was made with press apply folder labels, sprayed a grimy black or painted grimy black from Flocal back in the day, and then applied and then used a Tamiya type glossy black marker to go between the tar strips. So that's a technique that's pretty cheap as a way to do it. Here's another one that's has very thin lines, tar lines, but obviously a tar type rolled roofing. Also some nice details on this roof with a clothesline and a basket and some wood piled up. Those are the things that make roofs interesting. Corrugated metal. This is probably one of my favorite roofing types, besides wood roof, shingle roof. Once again, you can see the corrugated metal is rusting in different ways. I used to think that it was nailed on one side and that side didn't expand when it contracted and from heat and cold, and then it chipped the galvanizing off, and that's what rusted. But here, you know, with this is like it was a roller when it was rolled off a press, caused some breaking down of the materials. There's one sheet that is solid rust all the way down, and one that doesn't look as old as the others. If you're building new roofs, you probably don't have any rust. So you can certainly overweather. Sometimes, in fact, most of the time, less is really more. Here's another rolled roof on the right. Rolled roof, corrugated metal roof. And then here's one that's been used and done very nicely on an old structure on the awning. So that's another nice looking detail. Oops, I think I messed up. So sources, I'll just say Campbell style. There are a lot of manufacturers for that. Northeastern, you name it, everybody's got the metal type Campbell's roofing. Paper, I've seen corrugated metal represented with paper, aluminum foil, plastic. Northeastern, I think, has plastic, and also carved from wood. And a lot of folks in the DIY mode have used molds or even a comb to use to mark and indent aluminum foil and make their own roofing that way. The next type of roofing I want to look at is standing seam.
Mike, you stopped sharing your PowerPoint.
Oh, I did?
You stopped sharing your slides, yeah.
Thanks for the tip.
That's okay.
Well, that didn't work.
No, it's okay, just put PowerPoint up.
Okay, are we back?
Yep,
We're good.
Okay. Did you see this one before?
Yep.
I think that's where we were when it died, yeah.
Okay. So this is Campbell style corrugated roofing. They're probably the oldest manufacturer of it. There may be some older ones, but I just use their name because it's a common style. Many companies make it. Northeastern, several others. Also paper. I've seen paper, corrugated metal, aluminum foil, plastic, and wood. And a lot of folks have made their own by using a comb to emboss the aluminum foil. And that doesn't look too bad either. The next type of roofing I want to talk about is standing seam. You'll notice a lot of the roofing that I look at is sort of southwestern or southern type roofing because that's the area that I model, and that's what I like. I think you'd probably see more slate and things like that up north. But standing seam is pretty popular down here. Here's a building, once again, we looked at earlier with standing seam with a new panel replaced. Heavily rusted, you can tell by the nails and mold and everything. This is a pretty old structure. Here it is placed on a model and rusted. And then this is another version that someone's put on. Probably in the prototype, there weren't these big gaps between the seams, but used once in a while, that can add a little bit of interest. Standing seam. This is Brett Gallant's photo from Sierra West. Beautiful roofing there with a standing seam and then tarred roofing and different types. And you can get standing seam from all the regular commercial vendors for roofing materials. You can also make them out of gravel. Gravel really became popular in the mid last century. A little bit before that. Usually they put tar down and then put the gravel on top of it. And I'm not sure what the purpose of that type of a roof was, but it's pretty common. While we're at this photo, let's take a look at some of the other details. If you're a modern modeler, you'll see air conditioning units. This one's very neat in that it's got pathways to air vents and cyclones. The building structure that's made covered with something else. It appears to be rolled roofing. So anyway, a building can have lots of character and uniqueness and add a lot of fun to your layout. Remember I said pictures are important. This is a picture that I think I got it from Shorpy. And you can see all kinds of roofs here, but especially gravel. And this is from the 1950s, based on the types of cars, the 40s and 50s. And you can see there's a lot of gravel roofing. And you can see the details. There's a skylight. And those are really good if you light it from underneath. And if you do night scenes on your layout or structures, you can see that skylight shining through. So this building has gravel. This one has gravel. So you can see it was very popular roofing material. Back here we have some in the mid-century. In fact, it's still used today. Gravel, you can get it from all the commercial vendors. You can use coarse sandpaper to represent it as well. It makes it a little more uniform looking. Sometimes when you apply the glue and then sand from some kits, it's a little bit large for the scale. So you have to watch that. And sometimes I've replaced it with just sandpaper and painted it and used some chalks and other things on it to give it some character. So that's it for the types of roofing. And I think that if you have those types of roofing, you have a good start to variety and what really looks real. As you can see in that last photo, there's a lot of types of roofs that were used. Tarred roofs on that gymnasium-like building, asphalt shingles, wooden shingles, and gravel. So let's talk a little bit about putting details on top and what that can look like. This structure has got a whole lot of detail going on. You can see you've got the good old boys up here having fun or resting or just getting away. They entered through this structure here, which is a doorway. You can see chimneys. You can see an exhaust stack. You can see a sign. You can see some pigeons. You can see pigeon poop everywhere. You can see some trusses from the building. There's a lot going on this roof, and that's what makes roofs interesting. Here's another view of the one we looked at earlier, and you can see this roof had like a water tank. It's out of view, but a water tank on top. Here that you see patches to the road roofing, and that causes a little bit of character. Here is a roof on a logging camp structure that's done with individual cedar shingles. Tedious, but they have a pretty nice look. You'll also see the plates around the bottom of the chimneys, and you see guy wires. Those always add a lot of interest. And here's a ladder. I mean, they had to get up to service things on the roof, so there's a ladder there and a ladder on the side of the building to get to that point. Over here, you see another chimney, probably for personnel. So this happens to be a kitchen. So those are the chimneys for the kitchen. Here's a structure with a gravel roof, and it's got a ton of detail. Water tanks, wooden water tanks, steel water tanks, skylights, ventilator cyclones, people walking up on top of the roof, a sign once again. So you can begin to see all the character that details on a roof can add. Unfortunately, we often tend to put too many details so it doesn't look realistic. So if you have a photo to go by, you never have the problem of putting too much up there, unless you're making a caricature of something, and then, you know, sky's the limit. Here's a nice looking roof, road roofing. It's got a nice nest with a pigeon there, a little bit of pigeon poop here and there, and a sign. You know, in certain periods, in the US, and I'm sure in other places, signs on top of the buildings, that's how they advertise. They didn't have the internet or many periodicals or newspapers, and so they advertised on top of the buildings, identified who they were and what business they were in. So this is a really informative model picture here. Here's another one. I'm sure many of you have seen Stuffy's Brewery, the kit, and it's got a lot of detail: wooden barrels, ladders, water tanks, the structure to access the roof. It's got a light, a sign, tanks, tubes, cinder blocks, electrical lines. It's got a lot of stuff, and every bit of that adds a lot of characters to a structure. We don't put enough action on our layouts or in our scenes. Somebody coming in or going out of a building, somebody working on the sidewalk. And here's a great one with them working on the roof, putting tar down. It looks like you have a supervisor over here based on the clean hands. And then you have the workers over here putting the tar down and rubbing it down. Up here, of course, there's a light, chimneys. This appears to be a roundhouse. So there's a lot of detail on that. So put action into your roof if you can do that every once in a while. So details on roofs. This is a drugstore, and this scene you can see from the front view is a pigeon on the roof with some poop. Unfortunately, the poop also looks like chips in the plaster, but there was real pigeon poop there. And you can also see a TV antenna. If we go over here, you can see that there is a chimney for the heating system. There was a ventilation system, so this probably had a grill in it in this drugstore. There's another vent back here in the back. Once again, the TV antenna. And used to, at least in my time, when I grew up in the 40s and 50s, antennas were everywhere, especially in the 50s as TVs became more popular. You saw them on almost every structure. One year, my dad and I were taking a Thanksgiving basket to a needy family, and we didn't have a list or anything. So we just went to an area and said, we will go to the first house that has, sorry about that, folks. The first house that has no antenna. Well, we couldn't find one. Everybody in the 50s had a TV antenna. So one more detail up here, you can see there's some wooden boards and a little bit of water collected over a period of time, and mold is set in. You can see that all around the periphery there. You can see there's a patch on the roof. There's another patch here that you can't see really well, but it's there. And this is rolled roofing with tar strips. So details on the roof add a lot of interest. Speaking of details on the roof, look at this shot in the 50s. Look at the signs. Every one of those structures has a sign on top. You go to a small town, they had a brick building or even a wood building with a flat roof. There was a sign on top of it. And nowadays, from a lot of vendors, we can get lighted signs, and that adds a tremendous amount of interest if you do evening operations, night operations, or just want to light it up during the day. So signs on the roofs are an important thing. I used to think some signs, I'd see some structures and I'd say, those people are crazy for putting so many signs on top. And then I ran across this photo, and my goodness, I was wrong. There are a lot of signs on top of those buildings. So wrapping it up for roof details, the detail ideas are smokestacks, air conditioning units, TV antenna, birds, skylights, roof doorway, signs, rust, ladders, paper, guy wires, an action scene, patches, repairs, lights, walkways, or nothing but a shingle. Most places had at least one exhaust stack for a restroom. So you might have at least one, but there's nothing wrong with having nothing at all. But every once in a while, it's fun to add details. So we looked at how important prototype photos are to guide us in our work, knowing what region you're in. I showed you a little taste of Texas today, mainly. Also, what area you're in. They changed roofing, as you can see here, over the years. Sometimes expediently and sometimes because that's what was available. We looked at the different roofing types that you can put on your structures, and those are based on what era, what region, and the prototype picture that you're using as a guide. We talked about a few material resources for reference photographs and buying materials or making materials. We talked about how action scenes really add a lot of interest to the top of our structures. And finally, we learned that less can be more. So that's really about it in what to do about roofing, not how to do it. I hope this at least gave the experienced folks some ideas and newer modelers some ideas and helps where to start and where to begin as well. Any questions?
Oh, Mike, thank you very much for a very informative presentation. As an employee of Campbell's Scale Models, I'd like to say thank you for the free plug, and I'll talk to Duncan to see about getting a check out to you as soon as possible.
Let's send roofing.
Yeah. Oh boy, that's tough right now. I've got one question, one.
Yes, and I can't tell you right off the top of my head what they're still using corrugated iron today. I see them putting it up around here in farm structures all the time. Nowadays, they're using steel roofing is very, very popular in many shapes, including the terracotta type roofing, but it's made out of steel. Mm-hmm. So I think that wood, if I build a structure that's 1940 and back, if it's a residential structure, it's probably going to have a wooden roof on it. When I grew up, wooden roofs were changing to asphalt shingles. That would be in the 50s. And those remain in residential to be very popular today. And that's what's on this house. And a lot of times it's building codes dictate what type. So the timeline really, what I would do would be to go search on the internet using a search engine and say rolled roofing when it was invented or something like that. Right, and then you can see when it first came out, and it's still in use today, as you saw by that Masonic Lodge that had rolled roofing on top. So, a lot of them are timeless, but there are certain things that the use of them changed. Corrugated metal went from a primary roofing material to more of a secondary. Wood has pretty much disappeared, except in high-end residential houses that have a lot of fire insurance. So that's about all I can add to that.
Okay. Another question was, how long did the length of the roll of the roofing come in usually?
I've seen it in 100 feet. I've seen it in smaller 50 foot, and 300 is about the biggest I've seen. But you'd have to have a crane to lift that up on a roof. And 30 on roll roofing, 36-inch wide to 48 inches are the two most common sizes that I've seen. And a lot of it depends on where you have to lift it up, what you're going to use, and a lot of times it's price point, what's cheaper.
Okay. All right. I think we've finished on that.
Okay, great.
So thank you very much for the presentation, and hope to hear from you again.
Okay. Enjoy the convention, folks.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. This is the modeler known as Kelly. Our next presentation is by Bob Feuerstein, and he is going to be doing a presentation on photo editing programs and efficient workflow. Bob is a member of the NMRA, was a member of the Short Track Railroad Club in Vista, California. Now he's a member of the Big Bend Model Railroad Association in Tallahassee, Florida. He's been very active in the Sunshine region and the Big Bend Railroad Association, currently working on his achievement program for Master Model Railroader. And he's been very active in regional participating, teaching clinics at Culver City and at the National in Salt Lake City. Welcome, Bob. And we're ready to start your presentation.
Thank you very much for having me here. Gordy, you just start the video. I think it'll be all ready to go.
I'm going to roll the tape, everyone.
Welcome. Segment to fit your scale modeling. And in this part, I'm going to give you the purpose of some of the tools that are in photo editing programs and the workflow, which tool should come before the next. I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Robert Feuerstein. I have 58 years in the field of photography. 27 years was split up between 18 years at the Los Angeles County District Attorney's Office, 9 years in the County of San Diego, working in all the different departments, including the Sheriff's Department. Welcome. How to resize a photo using Adobe Photoshop Elements 13 to fit your railroad size project. I will be presenting a simple method for rescaling like clock faces, floor plans, structures, bridges, and signs for your layout. Let's get started. I create a chart for your mathematics that you're going to be using. End scale, which is about 3/4 of the way down on the page, is equal to 1/160th scale. In this example, we're going to be using a clock face for my model railroading. It's going to be 0.144. If I don't know the measurements, but let's say I have a door, most doors are 72 inches. You convert that and it'll be 0.494 for end scale. When you open up Adobe Photoshop Elements 13, this is what you should be looking at. I'm going to be covering my step-by-step technique that I use for my model train layout. This technique can be used as a clock face, or on a floor plan, or on a structure, or making a bridge. How about signs on a building? I always have an image saved as a JPEG, and that's what I like to use in this project. In this, we're going to be using a clock face that I had on my man cave wall. Step 1 was finding an image in JPEG and using it. Now we're going to start step 2. Measure the clock from top to bottom, and we're going to be using this measurement in step 9. What we are going to be creating in the next 6 steps is what you see on this screen. On the left, you'll see the photo that you took and you're going to be using, and this right side will be something we call a transparent canvas. Make sure that you open up Photoshop Elements as an expert. You can locate that at the top of the program. Above the clock face, there are 4 words. One is in black, which it says expert. This is what you'll be looking for. Throughout this program, you'll be able to do 2 different ways to do each step. One is the long way, which is image, resize, image size. Or you can use the keys alternate, and while holding that down, hit Control while holding that down, press I. As you see on the screen, image size, you're on the very middle, you'll see document size. This is what we're looking for: the width, the height, and the resolution. Being 8 by 10, 300 resolution. You ask your question in this step is, if yes, go to step 5. If it's not, then go step 4. And in this case, we are going to step 4. We have determined now we have to change the clock to 8 by 10, 300 resolutions. This is how we do it. We're seeing every box that's going to be changed when we finish with this program. The pixel dimensions will change automatically when you change the document size and the scale styles. I like to start off by resample image. I choose bicubic shaper, best for reduction. On the bottom left side, I have all 3 boxes checked. Scale styles, constraint proportions, and resample image, which I mentioned before being bicubic, best for smooth gradients. I like to work in inches, so you'll see under resolution, I typed in 300 and I'm choosing pixels, inches. Now I'm going to change the document sizes to inches. The document size now is complete. The width is 8 and followed by inches. The height is 10 followed by inches. And the resolution is 300 pixels and inches. To save it, we press OK, which is in the upper right-hand corner. We have just finished the image on the left side. Now we're going to work on creating the image on the right side, which we call transparent canvas. To do this, we press File, New, Blank File, or just hit Control+N. At the top, under Presets, which now shows US paper, scroll down to Customs and highlight it. Look at the bottom for background contents. You have 3 choices. Pick the choice called Transparent. Resolution, make sure it says pixels, inches. If not, this is how you change it. Make sure it says resolution 300. If not, type in 300 at this location. Now what we're going to do is make sure that the width and height are in inches. Now let's make sure the width is 8 inches. Make sure now the height is 10 inches. If not, type it in. The purpose of the color mode is to make sure you're in color, or do you want to make it black and white? Well, in this case, we want to make it color. So what we do is we go to color mode and open up RGB color. In this step, we want to change the name in clock for 1/160th, or whatever name you prefer to describe this image. Now press OK to save it. Up to this point, we have accomplished having 2 images, both left and right, both in height, width, and resolution being exactly the same. Now we are going to be starting the process of taking the clock face and putting it onto a transparent canvas. How do we get the images side by side? So first what we will do is go to Windows, Image, Tile. And this is the way it should look at this point. We are now going to start removing the clock face from its background. Look for the Quick Selection tool. Under Select, it's a wand with dashes around it. Bring your cursor to your photograph, and you'll see that about the 10, what the cursor looks like now. Has a little plus sign and the wand. Click on it, and you just drag it around the outside perimeter to create your marching ants. We want now to invert it so you're not to go around the clock. not the background. So you go select inverse or shift control I, and now you'll see the crawling ants are just around the clock, end of the step. At the top, in the black field, you'll see the word edit. Then scroll down to the word cut or hit Control X. We're now going to move the clock face from left to now to the right, which is the transparent canvas. Once you move the cursor over there, hit edit, then paste, or just use Control V. This is what you should be seeing. The clock is now pasted over the transparent canvas, and this is the end of step 6. We are now going to remove the original canvas on the left, so we only have the clock face on the transparency canvas. End of step 7. In this step, we're going to do File Save As, give it a new name, and resave. This is what it looks like. At the top, File, scroll down to Save As, or as a fast key, you can go Shift plus Control plus S. In this step, I usually save it on the desktop until I'm finished using it. Then I will put it in a file folder on an external hard drive. This is end of step 8. We are now in the final steps, step 9 of 9. In this part, we're going to resize it for your layout and make a print. I'm going to show you how I came up with this chart numbers by just using the end scale 1/160th. In this step, we're going to use the measurement from the original object, which was the clock face on the wall, which was 23 inches. Using the calculator in Windows 10, I first enter 23. Now I'm going to hit the divide key, which is right past the C, the del, the divide key, and the times key. And you'll see above the 23, now a 23 with a /. Now I'm going to use my scale, which is 160, and I'm going to type it in. Hit the equal key, and it should give you this number, 0.14375. We are now in the process of resizing the image. So it'll be image, resize, image size. At the top, you'll see it says image, go down to resize, and then go image size, or you can use alternate plus Control plus I. Now your answer should be looking at 1.14375, or you may want to round it off to 0.144. If you're using large scales like O, you may want to keep it at 0.14375. But if you're in N scale, that round off is just as good, to 0.144. You have a choice of where to place that 0.144, if it should be the width or the height. That is determined when you measured the original item, which is the clock face. In this particular case, the clock is circle, so it doesn't make any difference. So I chose the height, as you see in this picture, and then I press OK. Now, after hitting OK, you'll see that the image size went from 0.143 by 0.117, and now the new image on the left in this picture is shrunk to that size. What you just learned can be used for a clock face to make it larger or smaller to place somewhere on your train layout. Or in a floor plan, print it out and use that as your template. Or for a structure of a bridge, using this also as a template. And in signs against building walls. Now at this point, I may not use regular paper. There are quite a few steps for this procedure, but after you go through it once or twice, you'll have it memorized. But if you have any questions, you're always going to email me at photobob321@gmail.com. That's spelled PHOTOBOB321@gmail.com. We're going to be looking at the workflow of photo editing programs. I will try for the next few minutes to make this complicated photo editing programs easier for you to understand and use as a perfect workflow. There are a lot of photographic editing programs out there. I am currently using Photoshop Elements 13 for this talk. This is what Photoshop 13 Elements looks like when it's completely opened and ready to use. Every photographic editing program has to have a workflow. I will try to explain to you the best practices for this. Here's a couple editing programs that are out there. A couple types of editing programs would be Google Photos, Adobe Photoshop Elements 2019, and CNET 10 imaging software. What is a photographic editing program? What is in the photographic editing program? Some of the components are precise image resizing, measuring objects, distortion correction, noise reduction, sharpening, contrast enhancements, and color. Photo merge. Those are the basic elements that an editing program need to have. There's also another program called Helicon Focus, and I'll introduce you to that as we go along. Now let's begin. The first part of the workflow is to take the image from your camera and place it into a folder on your computer. The folder should be labeled and the images should be labeled with the event, the location, date, and your name. The purpose of all this is so you can find all the images for that event or by that location as time goes by. Now your image is ready to work on. In this workflow, we will talk about focus correction, adjust lighting, adjust color, unsharp mask, noise removal, and how to save it. We just saved it, but where do we want to save it? Do we want to save it in the cloud or on your computer or both? This is also part of the workflow. Again, as I repeat myself, what we need to really focus on in this workflow is input into a folder the images, label the images and folders to match, and make them in sequential order 1, 2, 3, 4, etc. And then work on the images independently in a photo editing program. Input images into a folder. Label the image and the folder. This part of the workflow is now finished. Now let's work on the images. First, let's talk about a couple programs. There are a couple of programs out there to help Photoshop Elements. One's called Helicon Focus, which sharpens the depth of field from foreground to background. Another one is called Photoshop CC, which also has what they call auto blend layers, which Photoshop Elements does not have. Here's an image of the box that Helicon Focus comes in. Photoshop CC means this works in the cloud. And if you notice in the upper left-hand corner, it has the letters PS instead of elements. This is how you know which version of Photoshop you have and what type of Photoshop you have. And when you want to look for the auto blend layers, you'll see at the bottom with the arrow, and I circled it, what you're looking for. Or you can hit Control T to find it. We just finished programs. Now let's go into editing. In workflow editing, it is a sequential order of each problem that need to be resolved in the image. So the first thing I do is adjust for the lighting. I just mentioned a couple of programs, Helicon and also Photoshop CC. In this case, I'm using Photoshop Elements 13, and you can tell by the logo in the upper left-hand corner of this particular Photoshop. How to find the lighting. You go to Enhance, Adjust Lighting, and you got three choices: shadows and highlights, brightness and contrast, or levels. The image is open already, and you look at it and say, well, the shadows are too dark. I need to see what's inside the shadow area of the picture. So I go to Adjust Lighting and Shadows and Highlights, just to focus on those parts. Well, if the picture looks not too contrasty, or it's not bright enough because I made a mistake when I was using the camera, well, then I'll go to Brightness and Contrast. If I want to combine all that together in one simple motion, I can also use levels, or using a speed key called Control+L. Now let's adjust the color of the photograph that's still open. In this step, with the photograph still open, you'll notice that there is that icon for Photoshop 13. I'm still there. What I'm adjusting is the color, so I go down from Enhance to Auto Color, and then I have multiple choices to pick which tool I need to use for this particular photograph. Remove color cast. It could be if the predominant color is green and you want to remove it, you can remove just that one color. How about hue or saturation? You'll have to play with that one to see what it does. How about remove color? Well, that's just like the remove color cast, but this one is remove a complete color or replace a complete color, which is the next step down. Adjust color curves. You can open this field up and it gives you the overall picture, and you'll see sliders to adjust. For all the rest of these steps, is you need to work on them one at a time and see what works best for you. In this step, I very seldom use an unsharp mask. The purpose of this is when you have scanning errors, which meaning you take an image from a tabletop scanner, it may become a little bit fuzzy, just a tiny bit because of the glass. To fix it, we use the unsharp mask. To use it, you go to the top of the screen and say Enhance, look for the unsharp mask, and when you open it, to your right is your tools. You have the image itself, and you can zoom in on it or zoom out by using the minus magnifying glass or the plus, and right now it's at 60% magnification. How much percent do you want to sharpen it? So you slide the slider to the left or right. Then sometimes what you do is you'll move the radius to 1.0, you may make it 4.0, and slide the slider for percent higher or lower. Or you may do the threshold. It's just playing with the sliders and zooming in and zooming out to see what the correct amount of sharpness is required. When you're finished, you go ahead and hit OK. Noise removal. First, what is noise? Noise is what we used to call grain in the photograph. Nowadays, it is speckles that are red, green, blue, orange in neutral areas like sky or in gray tones like in sidewalks. To open up noise removal, you go to filters, noise, and you've got 4 choices here: add noise, despeckle, dust or scratches, medium, or reduce noise. Play with each one of these to see how the image changes. Let's save the file. To save the file, you go File, Save As, and now what type of saving are you doing? There are multiple choices in every editing program. If I'm going to continue file item, I will save it as a JPEG. There are something called bitmaps and GIFs, all sorts of other things that you see, PNGs, TIFFs. Read up on them by Google search, what each one is used for. But the most of the time you save it as a JPEG. Now I'm ready to recheck that the image is in the correct folder and it's labeled correctly after saving it. This is a recap sheet of everything that we just covered. Photo is on your computer in a folder. It's ready to work on. So what's the 6 major steps that I did? Is a picture out of focus? Is it out of focus because of what they call depth of field? If it's out of focus or depth of field, you may use a program called Helicon Focus. The second part is adjusting lighting, then color, then unsharp mask, removal of noise, and then resave it. Like I said, I usually save it as a PSD if I'm continue working on it, but once it's finalized, I save it as a JPEG. These 6 steps you may or may not use, but you have to evaluate each one of them before the picture is completely corrected. I always archive my photographs. I have it in the cloud, I have it on my computer, I may even have it on a flash drive or a memory stick, but I save it in 2 or 3 places just in case the computer or any one of those other places stop working. Remember, save often in the cloud and in your computer as you're working on each photo. I can be reached at photobob321@gmail.com.
Okay. All right.
And you're on.
Thank you, Robert. Great presentation. We've got a couple of questions for you, or at least one I can find here. Are the original photos that you work with in JPEG or RAW?
I usually work in RAW because I have a large...
What's the difference between the two as far as what you could do with them or how you use them?
Well, in RAW, usually when a photographer makes a mistake on a setting, they can fix it very nicely. Where JPEG, you can't do it as well.
Okay, I think that's it. Well, thank you, Bob.
You're very welcome.
Great, again, another great presentation, and hope to hear from you soon.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
You're welcome.
Thanks, bro.
You're
All
welcome.
right, everyone,
David.
we're just going to stick you on with some wonderful NMRE marketing slides, and we'll be back before the next clinician at the top of the hour. But we'll be back, me and Bruce, in a wee while with the wheel of sandpaper.
So you don't need me anymore?
Hey, everyone. Okay, so we're back. Hopefully, you can hear me because I'm not actually seeing my mic go up and down.
Yeah.
We're back. That clinic from Bob was great, but finished a little bit earlier than we were anticipating there. So we've got half an hour to fill for half an hour's entertainment, but with the modeler known as Cliff Kelly. So Kelly, so is it true that you are the president of every model railroad club within 100 miles of Medford, Oregon?
Yeah, that's the joke that Lionel Strang from a Modeler's Life podcast, but I am a member of every club in my railroad park, the Medford Railroad Park in Medford, Oregon. I am the president of two of the clubs. One of them because nobody, not necessarily nobody wants to do it, but it's just somebody had to run the meetings. But the Model Railroad Club is the Rogue Valley Model Railroad Club, the Southern Oregon Historical Railroad Society, and then I am a member of the Medford Garden Railroaders, and a member right now, possibly the vice president soon, of the Southern Oregon Live Steamers, which I am the head landscaper and safety officer also. So, and I'm also the board of governors for the park, because we are an organization that is 14 times a year from April to September or October. The second and the fourth Sunday of the month, we're open from 11 in the morning to 3 in the afternoon, free for people to come down and ride trains and see all the sites, see the 1-to-1 scale, all the Medco 4, which is a Willamette steam engine, and the Garden Railway, the Model Railroad, HO Model Railroad Club, and the 7.5-foot riding trains. And it's all donations only, which is a pretty neat thing. We're probably one of the few organizations in the country probably that has everything, and there's no charge to get in.
Oh, that's cool. So are you still able to open with all the COVID situation?
Because of the COVID, we're closed for the season. We can't meet the criteria for social distancing. And I hate to say it, we're anticipating possibly not being open next season because of it, depending on what happens in the next, 6 months or so. We did start a GoFundMe. It's called Support the Railroad Park. You can go on GoFundMe.com and search, and you'll find it. I think we're up at least over $1,000 right now. We're hoping to raise at least 50,000, which, if it works out, will cover this year's expenses and next year's expenses. So it's
Well, so
it's kind
so
of
are
sad
you
when
guys
you have
able
to
to do
go on.
some? No, I was going to ask, have you guys been able to at least go down and do some work on the property while with social distancing, or is it completely closed down?
We're capable of going down because of the fact that we do social distancing with the club, all the clubs. I spend most of my time outside and pulling weeds and maintaining the landscaping around the park. I have a couple people that help out a little bit, but it's a very daunting task.
So outside of your one-to-one landscaping, do you have your own layout, or is it just the club layouts that you have?
Well, I have an interesting thing. Every time I started a layout, I started one when I was a kid. That was great. I had a L-shaped 8x12 layout, and then I knocked 2 cement blocks out of the crawl space and ran I think it was like 32 feet back into the crawl space on Homosote, a loop that came back in again. My father wasn't too happy about that when they came time to sell the house. But every time I started to build a layout, I would get a divorce. So this is the first time I've actually started a layout with no problems, and I've got a 1957 house with a 1-car garage, or it's going to be probably about 18 by 14 foot loop around the garage, and hopefully within the next couple of months I'll start putting the track down. And yeah, it is. Well, it's I think the widest is 30 inches in spots, and 15 inches narrow in others.
And this is in N scale.
It's an HO. I'm trying to model the Wilmington Northern division of the Reading Railroad, which ran from Reading through Birdsboro down to Coatesville, and then down to Wilmington, Delaware. But I'm only doing probably 2 areas. The area where I lived along the railroad tracks in Embryville, Pennsylvania, and doing a steel mill in the Coatesville part of the layout.
Well, that's
Yeah.
good. So,
Yeah.
hang on. I had a question. It's completely gone out of my head.
Yeah.
So I did have a genuine.
I
I had a
know.
question. I had a question. So is this so you're gonna be starting, and but this is so you're the you're the president of a model railroad club in Medford, Oregon,
Yeah.
and you have your own layout on the go as well.
Mm-hmm.
But you're also what could be termed as a full-time model railroader for working life as well, I guess.
Yeah, that's a good point to bring up. I work both for Campbell Scale Models out of Central Point, Oregon, which is just down the road. I work with 2 other people in the plant, the owner, Duncan Campbell, but the 3 guys that I work with are JR and Tom Miller, who runs the business sort of behind the scenes. I work there 3 days a week, and then Mondays and Fridays I work at Microscale with Joe D'Amato, and I am I cast resin parts, mostly loads for the Microtrains, cars. So I'll do everything with as far as the loads that he wants to put on the cars or what the company wants to put on the cars.
So how many Campbell kits have you built?
I've actually only built one Campbell kit. It was the first kit I ever built, and that was the wharf from Campbell Scale. I basically this was probably back when I was 16, and I followed the directions and stained all the wood with with Minwax wood stain, and got some kitty litter to form the barnacles, and that was it. That was the first and only kit that I've ever done for Campbell Scale models.
Oh wow! So a lot of people probably don't realize that Campbell's still going because you always see their kits have been around for quite a while, and you always see I see their boxes from a long time ago that possibly were packed before you joined Campbell's on the shelves at swap meets and other places. But you can still, of course, purchase Campbell scale models from their website, which is campbellscalemodels.com. And so, what's it like being a professional full-time model railroader, putting kits together and doing the hobby? Do you find that you do less of the hobby and you need a break, or does it just work quite well for you?
Basically, when I'm putting kits together, it's basically taking all the parts that have been cut or produced on the injection molding machine and putting everything into a box. So I'm basically taking all the parts, putting them in the box, making sure they have the proper labels, putting in all the drawings and the instructions. And somebody else will check my work. We'll do 30 kits, and Tom will come in and randomly grab a kit from the stack and check to make sure that the parts are all the right parts. And if there's no problem, then the kits all get sealed up and put into the shelves for when somebody either orders it or we send it out to a distributor. Like one of our biggest distributors is Walters, for example. Campbell's has been around since the 1960s, 57, 59 or somewhere around there. And, one time there was a lot of people, over 100 people working. And when it changed hands, it changed. And obviously the hobby's changed a little bit with the ready to run and ready out of the box kind of stuff that people now look to. But Campbell's is a good starting point if you're going to do Craftsman type buildings. It's a great kit to start with. Some of them, especially the bunkhouse is probably the easiest to put together. I should say, but
so what would be in the bunkhouse kit?
The bunkhouse, basically the bunkhouse kit.
So if somebody bought a bunkhouse kit, what would be in the bunkhouse kit?
The bunkhouse kit, there's two of them, an A and a B. The difference is the roof basically is tar paper versus corrugated, but it would have four sides. It'd have a floor. It'd have the windows and the window frames, doors, all the stuff and roof and all the material for the roof, whether tissue paper or corrugated. And it would basically the instructions are just putting it together with all the pieces. And it's a small kit. It's easy to put together.
And so, is Campbell still? We've got a question already.
Sure.
We've got a couple of questions in the chat for you, Kelly. So, one of the questions that we've had in is: are Campbell's producing new kits? Obviously, don't give away any IP, but are Campbell still producing new kits, or is it just the old kits that they're continuing to produce?
We basically are still continuing to make the kits that were in the current line, with the exception of a few that we don't do anymore, like the tilt-up buildings. We don't do because we're missing some of the molds for some of the parts. We're looking into bringing those back. At the present time, we're trying to come up with some new stuff to be introduced. I know we're trying to look at the passenger shelter and the bandstand to upgrade them to laser and make it easier to put them together. But right now we still have all the old stuff. In fact, I think there's a couple of boxes there, probably made back in the 60s and 70s when Leo had the company. The big change for Campbell's has been we've gone to a lot of laser cutting of the wood parts and replacing all the printed cardboard that the original kits used to have. It's made it a lot easier for the modeler to put it together, so you don't have to run an X-Acto knife across a piece of cardboard to cut out a integral kit for a roof, for example, or a floor. It makes it much more of a craftsman kit. I see there's a question here about there's a question here about why we use why we use base sugar pine rather than basswood. The reason we use sugar pine is because it has a real nice grain to it. It takes well to stains, and that was the information that was given to me when I first joined the company, because I asked the question because I'd seen Tim Waris's Mount Albert's company up in Canada, and I saw his operation, and he uses basswood. So I asked the question to Tom about that, and he said it holds grain stays there when you stain it. And plus we got probably about a 5 or 6 year supply of sugar pine to last us for a while.
Okay, I can see the questions now coming in from YouTube. So, somebody's saying that they have half a can of Campbell creosote stain and they're saving it as an antique. Have those stains been discontinued? Or do you still produce?
We don't make stains anymore, and I'm not really familiar with the creosote stain. I'm going to, in fact, ask Duncan about it. Actually, probably tomorrow, and I will find out about that, because that is a good question. There's a lot of stuff. We had some electrical components that we used to make, and that we don't do those anymore. There's a number of items that we don't. We're pretty famous for our corrugated metal. Basically, we're working on trying to get that to produce again, because they're pretty old machines. And then we have a lot of bits and parts that people can purchase through the catalog or from a dealer. I would like to say something to just get people aware that the pricing that you see at a train show or on eBay is for kits that have either been opened up already or somebody bought them from an estate or something like that. So they may be missing parts. So you can contact us to get that, depending on what you're missing. We'll determine what the cost will be to replace those parts.
People can purchase through the catalog or from a dealer.
Mike, you got to turn your.
I'd like to say something to just give people.
Oh yeah, Michael's on. All right.
You see at a train show or.
All right, Michael, just cut the stream off, Michael, because we're getting the stream through.
Yeah, you getting
from an estate or something like that. So maybe missing parts. So you can contact us to get that.
Yeah. Michael, turn your. There you go, Mike. Good, Mike.
Okay, I've just muted Mike. See, Mike's in the room. There's one more question we're going to answer before we let Kelly off the hook for a few hours before the roundtable. But Andy Ambrose in the UK asks if they're available through Wolfers, then he should be okay to get them at one of the UK stores. So what I'm going to say is, any Wolfers dealer would be able to get you a Campbell's scale.
Yeah,
kit. I don't know what the cost would be to get that into the UK. It would depend how often they're ordering. In theory, the company there that you have suggested, Andy, website and Wolfer's catalog. So, but there are other distributors as well that they go through.
And we
okay, one last question from Alan Pollock. Just go on, Bruce. Sorry.
Oh, available. Oh, I see the question. Availability of Weston's figures. You'll have to order those through the website, Campbell Scale Models. Tom and his wife are still producing those. And the Weston figures is what they're talking about.
All right. Thanks, everyone. And we're just going to cut over to entertain you with some wonderful marketing slides for the end.
Well, welcome back, everybody. Our next presenter, Michael Ross, is right now building a O-scale layout in the Appalachians early fall. He's been a member of the NMRA for over 60 years. A lot of visitors to his Virginia layout often comment that he builds very realistic trees. So obviously this presentation is going to be on tree building. Take it away.
Tape I prepared. 39 minutes and then a few minutes for questions and comments and help from me afterwards.
Memorizing the poem by Joyce Kilmer, I think that I shall never see a poem as lovely as a tree. And remember how it ends, poems are made by fools like me, but only God can make a tree. And that has engendered all sorts of parodies. For example, I think that I shall never see a billboard as lovely as a tree. Indeed, unless the billboards fall, I'll never see a tree at all, which is why we don't put a lot of billboards on our layouts. But to paraphrase the ending in a different way, model trees are made by fools like me, but only God can make a tree. So I'm Michael Ross in the Lone Star region. I've been around the NMRA about 60 years. Just a bit of history, a few of the old timers may remember Bob Bast, who was the NMRA office manager, who when I was a teenager would drive me to division meetings, therefore not a lot of trees. And now I'm building sort of my dream layout, Appalachian themed, the Virginian Railroad, and so we're going to need a lot of trees. Now, that's okay. The overall effect is I think pretty good, satisfies me. And after all, there's only so much time and effort. It's interesting though that the Appalachians are a north-south oriented mountain range. And so as the ice ages came and went, the different species of trees were able to migrate, if you will, north and south. It's a very diverse area. And I think it's possible that all the different types of trees you see here are entirely appropriate. Those north-south temperate zone deciduous forests, believe it or not, are rare in China, Japan, the Caucasus of Russia, and that's it. So the multiple trees are one of the things that many of the visitors to the Virginian layout talk about, and so I got talked into showing you how I manufacture so many trees. Now the goal is lots of trees, lots and lots of trees. Already there are hundreds of trees on the layout, and my goal is that they cost no more than $1, and preferably a lot less, and that they be reasonably good-looking trees. Like I say, I'm not an expert on trees, but the overall effect is good, I think. There's only so much time and so much money, so think of that. Let's keep trees at minimum cost. Now, the classic thing that you always see is the puffball trees, the fiber foam covered with leaves, and I have never been successful at making puffball trees. I never liked the look of them. And one problem is, of course, the fall colors. You can't just put puffballs on and make the hillside one cover. I'm probably going to have to use puffballs at some of the more distant parts of the scenery, and maybe someone in at the comments later can educate me how to make better trees. I'm going to try to cover the materials I use, how I use the Scenic Express Super Tree material. And the first thing I want to show you is stone. Whether it's cast like this or real stone, stone is a necessary material because wherever you've got stones or outcroppings, you don't have to put trees. So consider stones as one of your important critical elements. Second thing is some foam, just cheap foam with some holes punched in it because that's what you're going to put your trees into. And some gloves. You'll need some gloves to keep your hands from getting dirty. Take your watch off because we're going to be making something of a mess here. Now, the key materials are, number one, this on my handful, is the super tree material sold by Scenic Express. Now, you call Jim at Scenic Express, he'll be a little vague about what super tree material really is. It's apparently something called reindeer moss or caribou lichen, grows in Scandinavia for short periods of the year and is harvested and brought over here. You can buy it in small packs or buy it in bulk. Buy a bulk pack like this. Yes, it's a bit over $100, but it's 300 trees. So goal is to keep your costs less than $1 a tree. Another important basic material is Pro Stick. Now, you can use all sorts of spray adhesives. I also get this from Scenic Express. The advantage of this stuff is that it dries absolutely clear and dull and fairly rapid and holds your leaves well. You'll also want some cheap hairspray. You can get these 3 packs online or go to Walmart or the big stores and buy multiple cans of them. And the next thing you need are leaves. And I think it's, for all the ways we make trees, it's pretty well acknowledged by most people that the super tree material and the leaves sold by Superleaf by Scenic Express really do produce the most airy, realistic looking trees. Now, green is one color. You have various colors of leaves. Here's medium green. I don't think you want the bright green. Olive I use for pines or junipers. And then there's a variety of fall colors. Reds, yellows, and oranges, of course. You also need some matte media, because that's how you're going to preserve the material. And you need a variety of paints. Now, I have discussed with all my friends at Division 1, what is the best color paint to paint tree trunks? You know, that 2/3 gray, 1/3 brown. It's just almost, it's like concrete color. It's almost impossible to duplicate. And the best I've found is Rust-Oleum Camouflage Earth Brown. And this is what a lot of folks around here use, and it's probably the best we can do. Again, I'm looking forward to your ideas. And you'll need a few other colors. You may need some greens to color some types of trees, yellows or reds or light browns if you're going to make fall type trees. Now, tree trunks, super tree material. Around here in Texas, we have crepe myrtles, and they produce, when the fall comes and the leaves fall, very ideal looking tree trunks and natural color too. Again, soak those. And there's also Woodland Scenics armatures, which are of modest cost. You know, you certainly don't want this toy stand here. That goes in the trash. Cut the stick on the bottom, the little prong on the bottom off. Drill a hole in the base. Here we're drilling a hole here. And then you take a nail from which you've taken the top off a little super glue on it, put it in there, and you've got a thing to hold your tree trunk. But before you do that, you're going to want to form the tree trunk. And I'll tell you, if you've done 100 of these, you'll share with me the sense of having these sharp points stick into you all over the place. Doing this quickly, but spread out all these prongs as much as you can. Get it as full as you can. Here we go. Turn it 50%, halfway. Again, form the tree trunk. Turn it again. Spread the branches out. We could do a little bit more work, but won't bore you with it. Glue your nail in. This one's without glue. Stick it in your foam. I've also resorted to just plain wood dowels with some puffball tops on them. And look on eBay for the many, many types of trees that you can find at extremely low cost. I'm going to show you some of those. So let's get started making some really nice trees. Here's the way the super tree material comes. You've all seen it. You're going to get a great big, multiple great big portions of tree. We're going to just pop off one piece here. And you're going to want to pull off some of the leaves, these leaves that are in there. This one only has one. I use just a tweezer to pull them off and discard them. Others will have more leaves, and if there are little leaves on the top, don't worry about it. Now, the other thing I want you to do, remember, is never throw anything away. These bottom parts of the tree trunk, just cut them up. These extra leaves that don't fit, just cut them up. And we're going to collect all that loose tree material. Here we go. And how about that for a tree? Let's pull out another branch here. Well, that one's not very good, and there's a leaf in it. Let's pull that out. I've not pre-planned what I'm pulling out here. I'm just popping stuff out. Now here's more typical of what you're going to get. Some really big leaves. Some you can pull out by hand, but most of them just pull out with a tweezer. And you can do that fairly quickly. This is do it while watching television. And if you were here looking closely, you could see that there are smaller leaves on the top, but we're not going to worry about that. Now let me show you, that's kind of a funny looking tree. We're not going to make a tree out of that. So what we're going to do is add this piece to our pile of clippings. And I just clip along and like most model railroaders, you know, we save everything, every scrap. And this stuff will all come in handy. Let's pull out one more. Now this one is not the world's best tree either. Has leaves on it. But this allows me to make another point to you. Notice the trunk is curved. So if I take off these lower ones, because I don't need a tree that's 100 feet tall, and a few of these leaves off, Don't worry about the little ones. There's a tree that has a curved trunk. Now, you know, the next thing you do with these things is you soak them in a 7-to-1 mixture of matte media. That's going to preserve it and it won't fall apart over the years of your layout when you're dusting or vacuuming. And you've seen instructions about soaking it and putting a weight on it to straighten it. I'm not that patient and it hasn't really worked for me. And in mountainous scenery, your trees are going to be on hillsides anyway. So what's wrong with putting it in like that and having it grow up? That's the way I look at it. Works perfectly well. Let's take care of these clippings right here. Add them to our pile of clippings. All these leaves go in the trash can. That we do throw away. Now you're going to have you sit for an hour or so, you're going to have 50 trees. That's a lot of trees, a lot of holes. The next thing you do, as I said, is soak them in the matte media, let them dry, and then you want to paint them. So this hasn't been painted. These haven't been soaked. These have been painted. So we're going to try and see how, and now you can see why we're wearing gloves. And we're going to put a box on the table here. There we are. It's most important that the trunk get painted. That's the critical part. And there you are. That's a great base for a tree. And here's some other trees. We're only going to paint one for you here. And you'll let those dry. Now, if you'll hand me that package over there. Okay. You know, when I soak these in matte media, what I do is hang them on a clothesline. Well, who's got clotheslines anymore? So I've got a big heavy wire that I will hook the dog to sometimes, and I hook it out between a couple trees, and I don't know what my neighbors think about these things blowing in the wind, but that's how I get them soaked and cleaned up. Now here's many trees that have been soaked in matte media, preserved in matte media. They've already been painted, and if you were to look closely, you could see a few leaves in that. I promise you that that's not going to be a problem. I'm going to shake this can of spray, and I'm going to get a bowl, and let's see now how this works here. Covered with matte media. Let's put leaves on it. Remember that if you go out and look at a deciduous tree, it's sort of like this bowl inverted. The inside of the tree is hollow, so you add your leaves from the top and the sides, but not underneath. Now that's a pretty good looking tree on anyone's layout. And I'll tell you what I do. I always put a little bit of plain hairspray on top of it just to hold the loose leaves. Don't know whether it's necessary, but the cost is minimal, and that's an exceptionally good looking tree. It'll have to go on a little bit of a hillside. Let's do another one. How about this one? Now, I hope you can all make the 2023 National Convention and come visit my Virginian layout. And when you do, if my wife's legacy Subaru is still in the garage, just quietly, without telling anyone, put your hands, rub your hands over the driver's side rear. Because I've learned the hard way that you do this outside with the garage door open. Because I haven't told her yet, and please don't you tell her, that you can feel okay. Let's cover this tree with leaves. And how about that? You're going to notice that some trees just look better in one direction than the other, and that's the way you're going to plant them, the good side forward. Now, again, model railroaders save everything. This stuff is not that expensive, but it does cost, and you want to save every leaf you can. So let's put those leaves back into the extra leaves back into the container, because we're going to change color. Let's make a fall colored tree. How about this one? Let's put some spray on it. This tree clearly is going to look better this way than the other way. I can see that now. I have found that the shaker with the larger holes works better. This shaker has the smaller holes, but just gives you good exercise. And there you are. How about that? Again, now we can do one more. Let's do a tree in yellow. Short bursts work well. Yellow leaves. I didn't change the color in this bowl just for expediency, but there's a really nice tree. Okay, let's go back to making trees with different types of armatures. This is the Woodland Scenics armature we had before, and here is our stack of scrap from the Scenic Express material. Again, don't throw anything away. We're going to take our Pro Stick, shake it up well, spraying into the box here. Remember, top and sides. Let's put this on it. I'm not very particular. I just make sure that there's some scattered around and it's spaced. That most of the branches are covered. There you are. That doesn't take long. Then you can paint that if you choose to, or you can again take your Pro Stick spray. And your leaves. Covering the top and the sides, but not the bottom. And there you go. How about that for a tree? Again, I spray mine with inexpensive hairspray. You could fix that up a little bit more, but there's another tree. Now that was Woodland Scenics material. I also told you about the crepe myrtles, which we have here in Texas. Here is a crepe myrtle branch with the seed pods off. And again, I'll do the same thing. Spray. Cover with all the scraps that we had here. Doing this quickly and loosely and not trying for perfection. I think Mother Nature looks better on a kind of random basis. Again, let's put some leaves on it. You'll see why I buy these leaves in bulk. I see the branch structure of one of these leaves sticking out here. I'm just going to clip that off later with a pair of scissors or pull it off. You're going to be a little bit more careful as you make your own trees than this hurried approach. But I think that's a fine looking tree. Stick that in the hole in your... Now, there's other tree types. This is the forest canopy sold by Woodland Scenics. Again, painted. If you look at the pictures, it looks good. It's a little fragile. I'm not in love with this stuff, but it also works. There are places that it will work and places that it won't. And that's not an unreasonable tree for background purposes. Now remember, the goal is trees for less than $1 and a lot less than $1 if possible. So for example, look on eBay and you'll find such things as multiple types of trees imported from China or elsewhere. Here are 50, 60 trees of that look like more Western, but yeah, they're bottle brush trees. You might not want to put that on your layout. And I might comment on these small trees. Small trees have two purposes. One, they go in the far back. And if you look back there, we'll try to get some close-ups later. Gives you the sense of dimension and distance. And the other thing you do is put these in the front because they're small early trees. So here's a tiny tree. Not sure you'd be pleased with that on your layout unless it was far back. It's just kind of a bottle brush. Again, I'm going to put a little bit of this adhesive spray on it. And I'm going to put olive green on this one. For a that's one type I've found. Here's a box of 120 trees at less than 50 cents a tree. Tons of trees like that. Here's one I've pulled out. Again, that would look good on your Lionel layout, or it's not the world's fancy to really be acceptable. Particularly when you, here I do try to get some spray into the crevices. Get our medium green. these trees too, sometimes they look much better from one direction than the other, but there you are. And you can make a lot of those trees, particularly if you're outside, the door open, don't get this spray on your wife's car. Maybe the radio playing, dog out there with you, you can make a lot of trees. Now let's say here's another variety of these trees. That's even more toy-like. Almost looks like a pine tree trunk on a funny looking bark on a, but it works fine. You're not going to put it right in front of your prize scratch-built structure, but when you're trying to cover a hillside, with hundreds of trees, there you are. That looks perfectly acceptable, I think. More than that. Now, you want to have trees of different colors. So you take these trees. Here's a perfect example of one that would fit better that way than that big crevice there. And you paint it. You can paint it. Come on out of there. A fall color. You can paint it yellow. Let's do this one in yellow. Get our yellow leaves out. Well, this one's actually all been covered already. But let's make another one. Here's a green tree that I painted with just yellow spray. Add some leaves. And you know, just in a few minutes of this video, we're making ourselves quite a fall hillside. How about that? Some of the trees you buy look kind of funny. I mean, here's a two-tone tree. That's kind of ridiculous with leaves. Here we'll give you a little bit more close-up shot. Here's a tree with a crook in the top. And let me tell you one thing you can simply do when you see this. You can always break this off and get two trees out of it. So let's make one smaller tree here. Add our leaves. A little bit of hairspray. Tweezer to hold it. There you go. Now remember, model railroaders don't throw away anything. Look at my gloves, they're covered with leaf and glue. Peel this stuff off and save it. A lot of those things, and they make perfect foreground bushes. Here's the other half of our tree. Add leaves. Spray with hairspray, holds any loose leaves in the top. And we've gone a long way towards already making a fall covered hillside. When you buy those packages of trees, you're going to get a lot of little tiny things. As I said, they're perfectly acceptable too. Spray that. Cover it with leaves to make it look a whole lot more realistic. Little spray. And now you've got an excellent background tree or maybe a foreground bush. Another source of trees are this JTT product. They market them as wire foliage branches. Here's regular green and these are fall colors. 60 of them for $8 is what I paid. And these are excellent with a little extra leaf on them. Excellent foreground and background trees. So I hope you've seen that making trees is not really that complex. It can be done quickly. Just to show you again, don't forget the advantages of stone or cliffs on hillsides, whether it's real stuff or around here we have a lot of limestone that can be used. Some foam. Here's foam with the trees we've already made, and some gloves. Buy yourself a box of gloves. Super tree material. There's the back side of it. Front side, you can see there's probably 100 trees in that material. Save every scrap of that super tree material. I prefer this product that you get from Scenic Express. Others may be equally as good. I also get some cheap hairspray. Get some leaves of different colors. And don't ignore trees that come in from overseas or in the United States for that matter. Here's another box of tons and tons of trees at pennies a piece. So trees are not that difficult. Here's a rack of many, many trees that I roll around the railroad. And this is about half of what I have prepared over several afternoons and are now installing on the layout. So Appalachian scenery, even in the fall, is possible, as some of these scenes from my O-scale Virginian layout will show. We're looking forward to having more of the scenery done by the time you all get to visit us for the National in 2023. And planting trees. Right now you're looking at one of the earliest areas I did. I think subsequent areas are a little better detailed. Hope you've enjoyed this brief visit to the Virginian Railway that's being rebuilt through the Appalachians in O-scale.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. Michael, that was a great presentation. I know from fact that my club has over 5,000 conifer trees that were either purchased or made. And it's amazing how fast you can put these things together. Some of the, not a lot of questions, a lot of comments, which was kind of interesting. And simple comments like, and I know from experience, especially using spray paint inside the clubhouse, you really want to try and do this outside if you can.
That's what I said. I do it all outside in the garage. Or garage
it's amazing what a can of Rust-Oleum paint does inside an 80 by 30 square foot or 30-foot building. Another thing was one of the comments was that you can purchase from Dollar General totally awesome cleaner, and that will take the overspray off your wife's car.
Yeah, I told us everything you and Gordy to do to keep me here. I was going to run out and buy some.
it's sort of a question. It was a comment or a question. I couldn't tell, but I thought it was interesting. What size leaves or the foam that you use to? Is there a specific size based on scale for, or is it a fine, medium? What do you use basically?
They only sell one size, and the individual pieces are a millimeter or so. And in O scale, it looks great. I'm sure it would look good for smaller scales too.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's see what else we have here. A lot of people were talking about the matte medium. Some people were talking, and the adhesive for spraying. Some people were talking about using hairspray. It's amazing what's on the chat as far as different comments about the mediums. Looks better.
I'll let you know. There's 1,000 ways to make trees. I'm here to learn too. One thing I would say to people is look everywhere you can for different armatures. Next time you're at the pet store buying dog food, go to the aquarium aisle. There's all sorts of neat plants that you can just cover. And at the train shows, I pick up all sorts of stuff, everything I can that looks like a tree, and it's cheap. Use it as a base. Well, if you ask Jim at Scenic Express, I think he's a little hesitant, but it's some sort of moss that grows up in Gordy's part, maybe even further north than where Gordy lives in Scandinavia. It's reindeer moss or something like that, and
Okay.
So we pay a good price for the Scandinavian weeds, but in terms of making an open, airy tree that you can see through, it's probably the best that's out there. And I've not had problems with that particular brand of spray that they market with any of the leaves falling off in years.
Okay, one person just commented, said that he uses a matte medium to soak the super trees, and that keeps them pliable and last longer.
Exactly. 7-to-1, probably signed on partway through. They recommend 7-to-1 mixture. I have a sort of a clothesline thing I string out over the driveway, and I soak them for 2 or 3 trees for several minutes, go out and hang them up with clothespins and let them dry in the sun. And I don't worry, as I commented, about the tips bending. It's just more effort than it's worth to me to try to straighten them. Just either cut them off and make another tree, or plant the tree on a hillside so it goes up that way.
Okay.
Yeah, I think you have to do that.
All right. Yeah. All right. Well, thank you again, Michael, for the presentation. It was very informative.
Well, thank you for having me.
And I really enjoyed it. It gave me a lot of ideas for my own layout, because I'm more used to doing the conifer trees, and now I got to deal with my layout is all deciduous. So it's kind of a neat way to go to the next level. All right. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll sign off.
Welcome back, everyone. It's a modeler named Kelly. Our next presenter is Michael Walter. He is an O-scale model railroader from Fort Worth, Texas. His layout is a combination vintage Lionel trains commingled with two-rail hand-laid track, and he's currently in the process of building a station for the two-rail layout. He's also a part-time urologist. That's an interesting point, but we'll find out about that later, hopefully. It's all for you, Mike.
Hello, everybody. I'm pleased to be here. We're going to talk about soldering, and in particular resistance soldering. And the part-time urologist, I'm semi-retired at this point. Have more time to do the trains. So most of my presentation is on a video. I couldn't do it live because there's way too many things that could go wrong with each step. So I think now we will proceed to the video. Hello. This is a clinic about soldering 101 through 110. I'm Mike Walter, and let's get started. I want to start out by giving a little background about soldering, some of the basics. For those of you who already know this, please bear with me, but it does make sense when you actually get into soldering. Soldering is a method of joining two metals together. It's not quite a glue, but it functions as a glue. The metals that you can use for soldering easily are copper-based, which therefore are copper, brass, which is copper and zinc, bronze, which is copper and tin, and you can solder mild steel. The soldering aluminum is much more difficult. There are special solders that can be used, but I would not advise trying that unless you're in industry. Soldering white metal castings, you cannot do. Ask me how I know that. What happens is that the melting point of the white metal is about the same as the solder, and your casting turns into a small puddle. Soldering produces a strong joint when it's done properly. Soldering is forgiving. If you make a joint and the alignment will be just as good the second time as the first, it'll be just as good the 100th time as the first. So in that sense, it holds an advantage over gluing, where if you don't get it right the first time, you kind of have to start all over again. Well, what is solder? Solder is a metal of low melting point. Soft solder, which we use for electronics and which I use for almost every function in model railroading, is an alloy of tin and lead. This is a 60% tin, 40% lead, which is the most common combination. You can buy solders in all different combinations. The more tin, the stronger the solder, the higher the melting point. Silver solder is also available. It's an alloy of copper, silver, and lead, mostly silver. Regular solder has a melting point of about 360 degrees Fahrenheit. Silver solder has a melting point of about 840 degrees Fahrenheit. If you're going to silver solder, you can do small joints with a resistance iron, larger joints with a torch. A regular soldering iron will not get hot enough to work silver solder. How do you solder? Solder is done by heating the work, the piece that you're going to solder, and letting the solder melt by touching the piece. What this creates is actually a superficial mixture of the atoms. The tin in the solder and the copper in the work will actually form a small ionically bonded mixture on the surface. That's what makes it a strong bond. If you melt the solder before you heat the work to melting point of solder, then the solder will ball up and it will not form that mixture on the surface of the metal. You will get what's called a cold joint. We'll demonstrate that in a while. The metal has to be clean. Metals form a superficial oxide layer. The mixture of solder and the metal does not occur well if there is an oxide. And it's not good enough just to polish the brass with a wire brush or sandpaper because the oxidation occurs rapidly, and it occurs even more rapidly when you heat the work to apply the solder. So we use a flux. A flux is a compound. This is rosin flux. This is acid flux. The flux is a reducing agent, and it eliminates the oxide at the surface of the metal long enough for the soldering to take place. Acid flux is phosphoric acid, ammonium chloride. This happens to be zinc chloride. It's corrosive. You have to wash it off immediately. Doesn't have much use in the things that we're soldering. Rosin flux was originally a mixture of organic resins obtained from pine sap. There's now better ways of producing it, but it's a paste. But the soldering tools, any soldering tool is something that heats the metal to the melting point of solder, and we have a variety of them. And that's what we're going to talk about the rest of the clinic. This is the standard soldering pencil or soldering iron. It's electric. It heats up the element and to the melting point of solder, and then you apply the hot iron to the metal. That brings it to the melting point of the solder, and the solder will start to flow. A soldering gun is similar to an iron in that the heating element here at the tip is brought to the temperature melting point of solder, and then you apply it after it's heated. You apply it to the work heats up, and then you apply the solder. These are great for electrical and for small parts. For larger parts and for silver solder, a torch is useful. And this is a torch that fairly easy to do, and it's recharged with butane that you get to fill your cigarette lighter. Ultimately, and that's the purpose of the main part of this talk, is the use of a resistance soldering unit. The resistance soldering unit doesn't heat the element. The resistance soldering unit passes the current through the work, and the work heats up as the current passes through. It's the same technique it's the same idea as the soldering iron, in that electricity forms the heat, but in the case of the soldering gun, the electricity passes through the tip and heats it up. In the case of resistance soldering, the electricity passes through the work. This results in a much faster heating of the work, much more precise heating of the work, and therefore this has a great advantage. Now, the downside to resistance soldering is it's a little pricey. Good units run in the range of $500 to $700, but well worth it. Moreover, it heats the work locally very quickly, so you get in and out before the rest of the work heats and melts the the piece that you just soldered nearby. That's the biggest problem in soldering, and especially in small parts, is applying heat and having the last piece, the last joint you made, come unsoldered as you're trying to do the general soldering techniques. There are 2 ways to apply solder. You can apply the solder by heating the work and then putting the solder next to it, like this. Or you can pre-tin the work. You can apply solder to each of the 2 parts of the joint, and then heat the 2 parts together, and the solder that you've applied will join. This segment concerns the resistance unit itself. Let me introduce you. This is the resistance soldering unit. It consists of a large transformer inside with multiple leads at various voltages. This is a dial that determines the amount of energy that goes to the probes and a power on and off switch. There are 2 different probes that you can use to solder. There are the soldering tweezers, in which the electricity comes from the transformer through one tip across the work like this to the other electrode, which then completes the circuit. The heat occurs right at the tip. To prep the tip, you want a parallel surface for application of the probe to the metal. So I dress it before, every so often, on a mill file so that I get a nice clean surface. Remember, it has to conduct electricity, so if there's a lot of carbon buildup, then it won't conduct electricity and it won't work. The other kind of probe is a carbon cable. So in this case, what you do is apply the grounding to the work somehow. I like to use a hemostat if the work is already, if I'm already working on a piece, find a place to ground the work. For smaller parts, I like to ground it with a vise, and so I simply clamp it between the table and the vise. Now I have electricity coming into the vise. I'll put the work in the vise. And now we're ready to solder. We'll turn the unit on, select a temperature or a current. To prep the probe, I like to use a chisel point. So I take the file again and file it smooth and parallel so that I get a nice tip. Every so often you'll have to dress it because as you work, the carbon will deteriorate and the tip will change shape. Again, we talked about using flux to make the solder flow and create that mixture at the surface of the joint. So we apply a little flux. You want to heat away from the solder. So in this case, we can apply the heat underneath, and then there is a foot pedal that completes the circuit once you have got the soldering probe in the proper position. So I've got the probe touching. I'm going to apply heat with my foot on the pedal, and there the solder flows very readily onto the work. This is called tinning because I have, I'm going to prep the other piece in the same way and then heat the joint. So that's how the resistance iron works and the 2 probes. You can buy resistance irons that only have either the electrode, carbon electrode probe or the tweezer probe, but I find that you really need both to have the versatility that you need. Let's tin the other side and just pick a random piece of brass out of the box. Again, if you don't apply flux, it may not quite heat or flow so easily. This happens to be pretty good, but a lot of times there will not be a good joint there. So we've got a little solder on both pieces. The next trick is to join the two. And for that, remember that you cannot hang on to the part yourself. So I like to use a hemostat because it has a latch, and then you can hold it without, and hold it in place without burning your fingers. Put the two tin pieces together, touching. That will complete the circuit. We heat the work until the solder flows and the joint's complete. The smoke is the flux that's evaporating, and hold it until the solder solidifies. There you have a nice joint. Now, if you look at it and say, that's not quite right, the nice thing about soldering is it's forgiving. I can redo the joint. Let's say I wanted to make it at an angle rather than square. So I'll heat up the work, move it to where I want it, let the thing cool, and I'm keeping the probe on the work, although I've taken my foot off the pedal, so as to steady the work and hold it where I want it until the solder hardens. And now we've got the second joint is different, but it's just as strong as the first joint. I can make this joint over as many times as I want, and the final joint will be just as good. Now, the other forgiving thing about solder is that if you get too much, you can actually brush the solder off and clean up your joint. I like to use a toothbrush, an old toothbrush, heat the work, and then as soon as you see the solder turn a bright silver, just brush it off real quick. If you're quick about it, you won't melt the toothbrush bristles too much. And now I've cleaned the joint up. You can do final cleaning with a motor tool. And what you'll notice about the joint, when you have a good joint, if you can pan in, a good joint will have a nice fillet of solder right where the two pieces join. It will not, this joint part right here is not quite so clean, but we could have dressed it up a little just like we did before. So that's basically the solder, the resistance. One of the most useful things in soldering in order to get the piece to come out exactly right is to figure out a jig to hold the pieces in the exact location you want while you're soldering. This is an example of soldering with a jig. These are doors that will go on the front of my station. They're actually modeled after doors in the Kansas City Union station, but they're made out of brass. There are two layers. Two pieces go up and down and two pieces go crosswise, and on the back side they're focused the other way, so they're oriented the other way so that there are joints at each corner that stabilize it. And you can see back here, not very well, but in the back the top piece goes all the way across, while in the front the uprights go all the way up. To do that, I made a jig that held the pieces perfectly square. And here a lot of C-clamps are useful, as well as a square to be sure that you have set the jig perfectly square. With the resistance iron setup, I'm going to use the probe. So what I often do with the grounding lead is to clamp it to a piece of metal, and I have sacrificed an old tri-square ruler for this purpose. And that way the current will come from the unit through the probe, through the work, and back through the ground. And so I've completed the electrical circuit. By the way, this is why you can't resistance solder on a painted surface, because the paint will act as an insulator and prevent the current from circuit from being completed. So once I've set up the jig and assured that it's square, then I place the pieces in the jig. Now I've sacrificed an old file because it has a rough surface that keeps it from slipping on the work, and it will hold the pieces in absolute stable position while I apply the solder. Again, you can't use your fingers. You always have to think in advance of some way to do the soldering without touching the work. Now I've got it set just right, and I will apply the heat. By the way, when you are soldering, you know that the soldering is taking place because you can actually feel a vibration through the all those steps down through the work. If you don't feel that vibration, then the resistance iron is not working. You haven't completed your circuit. So once that's cooled off, I'll pull it out of the jig, and it's perfect. Now on the back side, got a little extra solder there, so we need to clean that off. And to do that, I will fix the work with another clamp. I can take this one off and use it. That will keep as I heat. Again, my trusty toothbrush. Apply the heat to where I want the solder to be removed. Once it becomes a shiny molten state, I can reach in with the toothbrush and remove the excess. I'm doing this left-handed, so it's not quite as smooth as it usually goes. So I've gotten rid of the excess solder in the joint. If I want to dress it up with a Dremel wire brush, that's how it looks. Now, in this particular case where the brass is to be left unfinished, of course, all the solder had to be removed wherever it was in excess. This part is to demonstrate the fact that you can actually solder steel. My rail is mild steel, and I have pre-painted it. This is actually just a leftover section that I'm using for demonstration. When it's painted, of course, the electricity will not flow into the work, so you have to clean off part of the rail to allow electricity to get into the rail for the resistance unit to work. And of course, the top of the rail is going to have the paint cleaned off of it anyway. So I apply it into the vise. The vise is connected to the grounding cable of the resistance unit. I have made a mark with a paint pen as to exactly where I want the wire lead to go. and then I have cleaned the bottom side of the rail with a wire brush to expose the part where the rail joint is going to take place. The wire is just, I use 16 gauge electrical lamp wire, and it goes down below the sub-road bed and then is attached to 12 gauge wire that runs the rest of the distance. But this is great for a drop lead. Apply flux to the work, heat the iron. Remember, the difference between conventional soldering and resistance soldering is that in conventional you want to heat the element to the melting point of solder before you start your work. With resistance, you apply the unit and then turn the electricity on, and you'll see that as we go along. So I'm starting to get a little smoke, so that means the flux on the tip of the solder is melting and we've reached the correct temperature. Apply the solder to the work. The point of the soldering iron to the work, and let the solder flow into the work. As you see, by capillary action, the solder flows wherever there is metal that's hotter than its melting point. Next, we'll prepare this solder tip to be joined, and what I do there is to make a right angle bend, because the wire is going to come straight down, and then flatten this out. And now I've got a good joint here. I can just get rid of the rest of this, and my joint will be just like that, with this piece coming down through the road bed. Now, we need to pre-tin the rail. It's very difficult to simply just heat it up and expect this solder to join the rail. So we will make a little pre-tinned area on the rail. Again, flux is applied. And we'll use the resistance unit here. Place the probe here. Remember, I've got a complete circuit now. The electricity goes in through the probe, through the rail, through the vise, through the grounding cable, and back to the resistance unit. Push the foot pedal to complete the circuit, and you can see it heats up very quickly, and this I get a little bead of solder right there, and that's a solder applied to steel. So you've seen it yourself that steel can be soldered. Once I have the two tinned pieces, it's a simple matter to place the wire where you want it. And notice that my fingers are an inch or two away, so they won't get burned, although I've got plenty of burn spots over the years. And apply that. With pre-tinned parts, it doesn't matter where you place the joint, but you have to stabilize it. I've got my foot off the pedal and I'm stabilizing it until the solder dries. Not a good joint, so we'll start over again. That's a cold joint. That means that I didn't really have enough heat on the rail. So pre-tin it. There, now the rail is heated adequately, and I use the probe with my foot off the pedal just to stabilize the joint until the solder cools. I'm glad you got to see that sometimes it's not that easy. Maybe a little flux in there. Okay, I can see that the solder has melted to a very shiny surface, which is solid. So that's soldering steel, and that joint, of course, will be hidden under the track. Okay. At the beginning of the video, you saw the station that I'm building with the brass work that was involved. There were several lattice joints in the project, and I wanted to show you basically how that was done so that you get an idea of the versatility of the resistance iron. Then strip pieces that are going to fit in a crisscross pattern like this. To do the soldering, first you tin the work, and to tin, I will put a little flux where I want the small amount of solder to go. I've got the soldering tweezers, so remember that the electricity is going through one probe, through the work, and into the other probe, and at that point it will heat up very rapidly. And I will place this solder right there, and then we'll move it to the other end after it cools a little bit. Little flux, and the quick takes about a second to apply enough heat for that really thin piece of brass, and then it will go this way. Now we will tin the other side, and in this case this is a larger piece, so I will use the probe. This delivers more electricity, more heat, more rapidly. I've made marks on the channels as to where this piece will go. So we will lightly tin those areas using the resistance probe. I have placed the grounding wire underneath the vise, so the electricity is going through the grounding wire, the vise, and into the work, on this side. So a quick application of flux to the area we're going to solder to. And then again, it doesn't take but a very quick application of the heat to get a small bead of solder. I know it's working because I can feel the vibration in the unit, and I can see the flux starting to melt. Doesn't take much. What this does, that gets your joint, the connection between the solder and the brass, already made, so you don't have to use quite so much current. Now, I will use the tweezers to apply the lattice, because we don't need but a very small amount of solder. It looks like I missed the location a little bit, didn't follow my own marks, but it will put it right like that. Now, I've got the soldering ground wire applied here, so you have to disconnect that before you use the tweezers. Otherwise, the current will come in this tweezer and out this, but it'll also go out this, and you will get an excessive heat. So for this part, we remove the grounding wire because the tweezers are their own grounding wire. And ask me how I know that. Just put it exactly where you want it. Apply the heat. You can see it melt. And as soon as you're done, you can use the tweezers to hold the work exactly where it needs to be until the solder cools. I've got that joint. So once that's solid, I can go over and do this side. There, the solder melts, and you see how when it melts properly, by capillary action, it goes between the two pieces of metal and forms a nice fillet along the edge. Now that that's solid, I can come back and dress this one the same way. Get a really good joint. And I can clean that up with a toothbrush if I need to, but that's how the lattice work was done. A cold joint. Remember, a cold joint happens because you didn't heat the work up enough to melt the solder and cause that ionic joint where the solder mixes in with the surface molecules of the work. So what that occurs when you heat up the solder but not the joint. And I'm going to try to make this work and show you how that's done. There's a cold joint. See how that beads up? It doesn't lie flat and smooth. And it pops right off. It did not I melted the solder, but it landed on a cold piece of metal, so it didn't make the joint. If you heat it up properly and heat the work and not the solder, when the work gets up to the proper temperature, the solder will flow. And that's a good joint. See how it flows, and by capillary action fills up all the area that has been heated. I've shown you several ways to solder and some of the tricks and some of the scientific background in what we're doing. The basic tools of soldering are either a soldering pencil, a soldering gun, in which case the element is heated, a resistance unit, in which case electricity flows through the work and heats it at the point of contact, or for larger pieces, a torch. Remember to heat the work and not the solder, and then let the solder flow on. The solder will flow onto the heated work and make you a good joint and not a cold joint. The use of jigs is important because you can't hang on to the piece with your finger while you're soldering. So remember, we use C-clamps and basic pieces of metal to form jigs. I've made larger jigs for larger pieces. As you saw at the beginning, when we panned through the station, that required some large jigs. Put the pieces in their final location. Remember that soldering is forgiving, and that if you make a bad joint, you take it apart, clean it up, and remake it. The second time around, it will be just as good a joint as the first time. Come try that with wood or plastic and see what happens. There is still a learning curve to soldering. Believe me, I've been through most of the mistakes. I've had multiple parts melt in front of my eyes. But I just wanted to show you that this is a car that I built about 40 or 50 years ago with an old-fashioned iron, and it still came out. I could have done it a whole lot faster with the resistance iron. Remember, with the resistance iron, even though it's a little pricey, it's still very worthwhile. This is a PBL unit. It has both the tweezers and the probe with the grounding wire. But again, I would encourage you to learn this skill. It's very gratifying when you learn how to do it, and I think it's part of your general model railroading armamentarium. Thank you for your attention.
I guess it's live then.
It's good to go, Kelly.
Okay. Oh, good. Welcome back, Mike. That was interesting. Very interesting. In fact, I played with that the tweezers soldering, which is really interesting, especially doing connections for feeders for the rail at our club. A lot of questions. First question is: were you using acid flux solder, or is there a difference in solders?
No, the flux and solder are two different components. The solder is regular solder, which is lead and tin.
Mm-hmm.
Flux is just a chemical that removes the oxidation from the work. Mostly we use resin core or resin as a flux, and that is something that originally came from pine sap. Acid core, acid flux is used more for silver solder. It is zinc chloride or other zinc components, hydrochloric acid. That's much more caustic. It's good for if you're soldering galvanized metal, which is much more difficult to do. But flux and solder are two different components. Now, a lot of times the the flux will come in the core of the solder. What I'm using is solid solder and applying the flux separately.
Yep. Okay. Second question, what is the optimum wattage or estimated current that you're setting your adjust to?
That depends on the work. There are 5 settings on the resistance iron, and you will learn by doing. If you have fine work, you'll want to do level 2 or sometimes level 3. I have had the experience of having it accidentally on 5, which I was using before. Even the brass melted or vaporized. So it depends on the volume of work that you're doing as to which setting to use. This is, I think it's a 250 watt unit altogether. And the extra power is helpful for when you're soldering larger components.
Okay. Question about the flux. Do you get corrosion from the acid flux?
You get corrosion actually from both. And I've gone back and looked especially on the steel. So when I finish, and I didn't make that point well, I clean the joint. Acetone is what I've read. I use naphtha, but any organic solvent will clean it off, and then you won't have that problem.
Okay. Ben Copeland asked the question, talked about the smoke coming off the flux. He's it gives him breathing problems since he's allergic to the pine, if that's what the flux is made of. Is there a flux that doesn't use resin?
Well, acid flux does not, but it also has a fairly acrid smoke to it. What I do is I turn the fan on. I've got a fan. I just turn the fan on or blow it away with my breath.
Okay.
It is a little noxious.
All right. Grounding. I noticed that when you were using the single probe, you connected the ground to the vise, and 2 things came out. One from a question from the post. One was heating up the vise. Does the vise does it act like a cold sink, or does it heat up? And from my point of view, what about if you become the ground by touching the vise?
No, the vise doesn't get hot. I mean, theoretically it would, but the point of maximum heat is where the probe the carbon electrode touches the work. Yes, if you held the probe there for another 5 or 10 minutes, eventually the vise would heat up, but that's not a problem in actual practice because the work heats up very rapidly, and you accomplish your joint long before the vise ever gets even too hot to touch.
Mm-hmm. And what about the grounding? You becoming a ground?
It prefers to go through the current prefers to go back through the metal and back through the ground in the unit. I've never been shocked.
Okay, good. All right. I don't have any other questions. So I would like to say thank you, Mike, for your presentation. It's been very informative to me and hopefully to others on the differences of on how to do soldering, or as the Aussies say, soldering. So thank you very much for your presentation.
You're very welcome. It was an experience and a half. Have a good day.
We're on. Okay, whoever's playing the stream, kill the stream. All right. Well, we're back with another roundtable of Gateway X, and tonight it's the 13th, and interestingly, the 13th's gone pretty well. I think today we've had some great clinics, and tonight's roundtable, I'm joined by some great modelers from literally we are around the world tonight. So we have Kelly, Bruce Kelly from Oregon, who's been hosting this afternoon for us as our guest host, and Bruce will be joining us. And we have Andrew Porter over on the East Coast, who is our LCC expert, but that's not what we're here to talk about tonight. And we have Clark Kooning, MMR. Whoever's got the stream, kill it. Tonight it's the 13th, and interestingly, the 13th's gone pretty well. I think today we've had some great clinics, and tonight's roundtable, I'm joined. Clark, it's you.
Clark.
Okay, and over to Clark. So we have Clark Kooning, MMR, who is he's managed to do time travel there because obviously we're a little bit ahead of the stream. So we had to just pause while we could hear the stream coming out through Clark's audio. So we have Clark up there in the middle of nowhere in Canada, and we've got Brad Anderson who will be moderating the questions down in Australia with his Aussie filter on, so he's the right way up, which is always useful. Okay, so standard format from yesterday will be the same. Today's topic of conversation is structures and scenery. We'll got some pre-prepared questions that I have to put to my assembled panel, and then we'll go to the Facebook post from today. So you have about 5 more minutes to pop some more images of structures and scenery projects that you've done onto that, and then we'll go and review, and then we'll go to your questions in the YouTube and Facebook stream that you want to put to the guys. We're not going to take questions that are off topic. If anybody wants to know what Clark's been up to, he's been fishing, so you can save that question. And he hasn't fallen off the pier yet this year, so it's all good. So if you want to save those kind of questions, that's cool, and we'll take questions on structures and scenery, tips, tricks, advice, and all that kind of stuff. All right, we'll go into our first question, and the first question to the panel members is: kit built or scratch built? Who wants to go first? Andrew.
All right, I'll go. Kit built, and this is mostly because of trauma from the Navy. I grew up in the Navy nuclear power program, and everything is by procedure. And I have trouble with even kit bashing because I go in and I open the instructions, I go and I circle X, go down the instruction sheet. So I find myself completing a kit by the instructions before I realize I've done that. So it's kit built for me, despite what I might actually want to do.
That's fine. That's okay. Let's go to Clark.
Well, I enjoy a lot of kits as well because some of the structures just fit either my railroad, or I enjoy the builder, or the manufacturer's way of building. So I enjoy kits. And I think if you're starting out, a good, let's say a little laser kit, you try that, you understand a little bit about how they tell you to put it together. And you may want to try a little bit more complicated laser kit. And then as you say, gee, I'd like to try something in scratch building, you've got a good foundation, especially about treating wood and that. A lot of the companies have a fantastic sort of finish instructions. And if you follow them, a lot of them, you get fantastic results out of. Bar Mills is one of the prime examples. So if you want to get into scratch building, build a few kits and then just progress. Don't try and take on a big project. Do something fairly small, learn some techniques, and you'll develop your own assembly instructions as you develop your skills.
All right, Kelly?
For me, it's a combination. I don't like building kits that somebody else is building it for their layout, or like when I used to go to Springfield before I moved out to Oregon, you go and see the club's layout, and there'd be like 4 power plants painted different colors and everything, like the Walthers power plants. I like to kit bash. I like to take things apart and make them look a little different than what everybody else is doing. And I agree with Clark about, especially when you're doing scratch building, you got to start out with a small kit and learn the skills, and eventually you get up to those big kits that everybody loves.
Okay, that's cool. Next question, and this may turn into a show and tell, which may end up having Clark disappear out of the room. The next question is, what's your favorite tool for building structures and for doing scenery? Who wants to go first?
I think the favorite tool, I don't know, the True Sander from Northwest Shortline is probably one of my favorite tools for building structures, because you get a very nice square cut. Now that's a reasonably cost one. There's a new one out by a fellow up here in Canada, and it is without a doubt one of the most fantastic pieces of sanding equipment, but it's very expensive. So if you're just starting out, I think a True Sander if you're scratch building. And the other little tip I'll give is,
Clark, before we move away from sandpaper,
yes,
what's better for roughing up a cricket ball? The rotary sandpaper, the rotary sanding wheel, or just straight sandpaper?
Well, I prefer the glued on sandpaper on the thing, because then I can maneuver either a baseball or the cricket ball to my own personal liking.
Awesome. Sorry, go on, we cut you off there. Scenery.
Now, as far as scenery goes, boy, that's a hard one. I don't use a lot of tools in scenery per se. I think the best tools for scenery are these. I use a lot of, hand stuff, especially, putting plaster on and stuff. So I don't know if I'll have to think about that one, and we'll come back to it.
Okay. We'll go to Andrew next.
So for structures, I would have to say the Northwest Shortline Chopper. I found myself using that more than anything else, just to get consistently length pieces of wood, or do you think if I'm building something. For scenery, I would go with the static grass applicator. That is the most versatile thing I've found. You can make your, people are going to hate me for this, the manufacturers, but you can make, those trays of those little bushes. You can make those yourself for a lot less than what you pay for them, especially if they're one color. So that's a huge money saver. There was an article in RMC, the first book, the first magazine I subscribed to from RMC, the first issue that came in my mailbox had an article about how to make your own bushes and scenery and static grass tufts. And the realization that doing that myself pays for that entire subscription of the magazine in one shot was worth buying a static grass applicator or building one.
Cool. Kelly?
I've got a couple. I've got, I like the X-Acto knives because that's what we started out with as kids. But I started using these new, these surgical knives that you can get from China for, $5, and you get about 50 or 60 blades and a nice little handle. I find it's easy for me to cut things up when you're doing something off the kit for kit bashing. You just got to be careful with those blades because they are very, very sharp, especially if you're trying to get it out of the pack. They don't protect you that well. The other thing is I like to use these blocks you can get from Micromark, which you probably can get a 15% discount because of the partnership with the NMRA. But I use those to make sure I've got a 30-degree angle or whatever angle I'm using to make sure I got it square. That and a lot of clamps. And that's it. Oh, scenery,
Okay.
scenery. Photographs. I think it's very important, photographs, because you get to see what it should look like, and you should duplicate that. I don't. It's sad to see when someone uses forest screen ground cover and it's uniform over the whole layout. If you get a photograph of what you want to depict, you can, using all the different foams and all the different materials you have available, you're able to reproduce something close to that photograph. When I did the 2 mountain scenes at the Railroad Club in Medford, I actually went on the internet and downloaded as many colored pictures of different clear cuts based on a clear cut that's already been done, one that's been sitting for 6 years, and one that has new trees growing, and actually took those pictures and used them to duplicate on the mountains those scenes. And when I show people that come into the park for the open house, you can't tell the difference between them. One of them looks like the exact picture. So photographs are really important. I think that's with anything you do model railroading. If you get realistic photographs and copy it and building your cars and weathering and everything else, you're going to have a beautiful layout.
That's awesome. Go down to Clark. Did you want to say something there?
I was just going to say as a tip, and Mr. Kelly mentioned about the surgical blades. The scalpels are fantastic, and they are very sharp, and you got to be very blade. And they are a little bit thinner, and they are very, very, very sharp compared to even a straight number 11 blade. I believe you can get them through Amazon. So try one of those. Man, they are sharp.
Cool. Okay, so I have a couple of things. So I prepared props just in case nobody turned up when I was said I was going to do my structure AP. This, by the way, is my lockdown project that's been going on since March. Some internet things getting in the way of my modeling at the moment. But you can see how good this is. This tool that's just being held by magnets, and this is obviously a tool to make sure you get a square building and square corners. And because of the magnets, you can have funny shaped buildings and make sure it goes square into one of the corners of the building. So it's a really cool tool. And I believe they do a bigger one.
Yep.
And if you're an NMRA member and you go to the NMRA website and log into the members area, go to the partnership program, you can get a 15% discount code to use at Micromart. You can pay for your annual membership in one purchase. So next thing is these cool little things, which are not micro brushes. Okay, these are makeup application brushes, and they are cheap. They're about $2 for all of that, which if you bought micro brushes in the UK, it's about £10, which is about $17 for these for a pack that big of them. There's 100 brushes in there, and you can see that the difference between this and a micro brush is it's got longer bristles, but they go to a very fine point. So it's good for applying glues or applying very detailed paint on window frames and stuff like that. Cool. But we're not talking about paint tonight. But that's more for putting in glue into places where you can't really reach. It's very, very fine. And obviously you can actually, what you can do with this is you can actually pull that out and you can stick a pin or anything you want in there and just use the handle as an applicator. So they are pretty versatile.
Is that something you got in the UK, or is that something we might be able to find?
These are on Amazon.
On Amazon?
It was somebody in the States that put me onto these.
And what are they called again? What are they called again?
They're just applicator brushes. I
Some
can't remember.
Some of the dollar stores even carry things like that as well.
The makeup applicator brushes, basically.
Okay.
Somebody probably who was watching this, hopefully from the NMRA admin team, will tell me exactly what that's called from a makeup perspective. So maybe someone will pop it in the comments. But that's those. Good. And then I want to echo Andrew's point around static grass applicators, because I think for scenery, it's revolutionized scenery as much probably as DCC sound revolutionized modeling, and DCC adoption when sound came out grew dramatically. And but I want to show you this one. This is from get this the right way around. This is from WWS, which is a Welsh company in the UK. So they're in the UK, but they're in Swansea, which is where our friend Martin Jenkins hails from. He's not a naturally born Australian. And this is their precision applicator. So you can see there, I haven't got a dime for scale, but it's about as big as a dime. That's how small the area is that you're applying. And if you want to do the little brushes, you want to do little bushes or anything like that, this is great. And I should also probably point out that I'm an N scaler, so this is really cool, and it's wireless because it just runs. This one, like most are wireless, but this one just runs off a 9-volt battery, and so it's pretty portable. It's a pretty cool bit of kit for doing very small areas. Because one thing that just as bad as everything being forest green is all this static grass being the same length and in the same place, and static grass covering a huge area. So yeah, it's great. It's nice to have a precision applicator where it's only going to apply a very small amount to a very small area. So really cool tool. Check them out. It's www.scenics.com is their website, and they're based in the UK, but they're for military modeling, which is always a good source of scenery and weathering and painting techniques. Okay, next question. What advice would you give to somebody who wants to improve their modeling, either construction of structures or from a scenery perspective?
So I brought a lot of props for this question. I spent a lot of time. You probably don't need to do this, but and then Woodland Scenics has this wonderful little "This is how you do our scenery" book, which sometimes comes with the things they sell. Other times you have to buy it separately. I've got a couple of those now. And then, just a quick, this is how you do scratch building. I found that a combination of these books and reading or going and attending clinics at NMRA conventions, going to the national convention in 2014, 2015, and 2016, they all kind of build on each other and help me build my modeling. And then, of course, as I believe it was Kelly who was saying, you go and you find pictures of what you're modeling. That's, a really good point, because you go and you find out what it looked like. There's wonderful books. Here's a book about the Old West. I'm modeling the Silverton Northern Railroad. So I've got a series of books, to show me what this looked like. Unfortunately, there's not a lot of colored photos, but so that's kind of where I would say is, you go to, you read the articles, you go and watch clinics online, you watch these NMRAX conventions, and you learn the techniques, and then you play one in the background while you're doing it. You pause, do a step, play, or read a step-by-step article and have it there with you while you're doing it. It helps immensely learning how to do something. And the most important thing is just go and do it. Eventually, you have to get out of the planning stage eventually and go out and get your hands dirty at some point. And if you screw up, well, there are ways of fixing it. Scenery is something you can always fix. Hide it with a bush or a rock.
Cool. Okay, Clark.
I think if now, unfortunately, we're in the situation with the virus, but if you're available to go to a NMRA regional convention, or if you're available to go to even a train show, especially the NMRA convention, go and volunteer to be a judge. When you go, you'll be, a rookie judge. You've never judged before. They will take you through the hand. And when you see what experienced judges are looking for, when you go to build your model, you will go, oh, I know what they're looking for. And I was prime example, the very first time I ever entered, I got 47 points out of a possible 125. It just didn't match up. And I was disappointed, but then the judges were very good. And they said, well, and one of the things I said was, well, that wall is straight enough. And they said, no, it's not. It's, it doesn't even meet. So I learned an awful lot. And the next time I entered a contest, I had and when you said, well, no, you got to take some care and stuff. Now, not everybody wants to build contest models. I get that. But if you want a good looking model, go and participate with some of these guys once the virus thing is settled down, and we'll be able to get together again, because I think there's a lot of information that can be shared. And as Andrew said, going to conventions and clinics and so forth, and even train shows, you walk around a train show and you say, wow, I love that building. What is it? How sponge and absorb the information.
To me, it's like well, it's more than the three materials, so you have it. So as you do the steps, you're not going to be thinking, oh, I'm out of this material or I'm out of glue or whatever, and have all that in place, and then just keep practicing, keep doing it. You can start over and do it again, especially if you're doing your own scratch building, but definitely practice.
Go on, Andrew. We'll go back to you.
I'll just piggyback off of the 3 pieces. There's actually 7. It's,
okay.
Prior proper planning prevents piss poor performance.
Oh yeah. Well.
Andrew scratches the 3rd, swearing on NMRA.
Yeah. Yay!
All right. We'll cut out the naval references. All right. See, no plan survives first contact with the enemy. Right. And it was a German that said that first. So anyway, right. So what I was going to say was kind of echoing was originally going to be echoing exactly what Kelly said. It's as if you listened to me in the preamble before we did this. But yeah, really important to make sure you got the thing. But what I would say is it's important to get yourself a mentor as well. So one of the best ways to improve your modeling is to have somebody to bounce ideas off and somebody to help and to show you stuff and to teach you things and to find those mentors that are, have done what you want to do before or have done something else. And Clark, just hold that thought because it's going to lead into my next question, and I think you're going to be the first one to answer it. So, how do you find a mentor? Well, there's this worldwide organization called the NMRA. And so the next question for the pre-prepared questions, yes, there's one. Yeah, look at that. Product placement's perfect on this. Is to each of the people that are joining us tonight, how has the NMRA helped you improve your skills? Clark first, because you had your hand up before I asked the question.
Well, I was just going to say, I totally agree with that. And you have, one of the things, I live in a little town. We have a model railroad club. There was 10 guys in it. When I came into town, they got to know me, and they were just amazed at all these, they called it new things that I was teaching them. And really, they weren't new. But if you stay within your small nucleus, you're only going to know what's in here. You have to expand your world, like Gordy has done, to the whole world with this virtual convention. You have to expand your world because there's so many different ways of doing tips and tricks and modeling and so forth. So if you just stay within that circle, you're just going to keep going around. You have to expand that circle and bring in new ideas. Now, as far as the NMRA goes, when I first started in model railroading, I wanted to learn and I wanted to get better. I don't have to be perfect, but I wanted to be a little better than just putting a train around a circle. And I had a number of people who basically took me under their wing. An older fellow who showed me how to scratch build track work. Another fellow who really said, Clark, you could become an MMR. Why don't we work on it? And I did. And so I think that's available to you. There's a number of people around the world, especially MMRs. For those who are not familiar, when you sign your certificate that you have become an MMR, one of the stipulations is you must help others become better modelers. So I'm always available if anybody wants to email me or contact me. I'm always available to help. And I know many of the MMRs are willing to help too. But there's also people who just have certificates and very good modelers who are not maybe participating in the AP. They're willing to help you. So you have to ask. You have to show some enthusiasm and some willing to work at it. And I think you'll be welcomed at any event and by a lot of people who will be willing to mentor you.
Who wants to take that question next? Andrew? Kelly, you braved.
Yeah, I'll take. I think it's the NMRA is great. That I felt that it helped me out was it's a great central hub. It's a point where you start and you meet people. You meet guys like Clark my mentor, or at least the person I like to follow a lot. I can't even remember his name now. I'll think of it later. Did a lot of steel modeling, and I just had a brain fart. And branching out from there, going to the shows, going to the RPMs, going to the convention, going through the contest or the judging room to see what they're looking at, and getting ideas from that, talking to people. Now with the social media and the YouTube, it's just unbelievable the amount of information that you can glean to come up with ideas and learn practices and skills to make you a better modeler. That's driving me nuts because I can't remember his name.
Awesome. Andrew?
Dean Freytag?
Yes, Dean. King of Styrene. Darn, I knew I was going to screw that one up.
It's all right. It's all right. We're going to Andrew.
No, so the biggest thing for me has been the division events, clinics, layout tours. My division we strive to have at least 2 layout tours on every clinic. And back to what Clark was saying, just like a train show, a layout owner, if they have time, if you ask them, hey, how did you do this? They're more than willing, almost without exception, they're more than willing to share how they did something. And I don't think I've gone to a layout that I haven't learned something from. Either, and it may not have been something how to do something. I may have learned how not to do something, or I may have decided that okay, I don't like how that came out. How did he do that? Okay, I won't do that. There's positive and negatives for anything, and you don't really have to express that to them, but you can ask them how they did it, because you always can get more information from your layout tours. And I didn't know about RPMs until I joined the NMRA, and I didn't know about the NMR 30s. Oddly enough, my grandparents went to church with a past president of the NMRA out near Cincinnati, Ohio, and somehow I managed to not pick up NMRA in that entire time period. It was just wild that happened, but it's a small world. Anyway, I think that's it.
That's cool. All right, cool. So what we're going to do is we're going to scoot over to Facebook. So again, you are going to get a behind the scenes look at the admin of the NMRA Facebook group. And so if anything pops up or anything like that while I am presenting this, I apologize, because we're actually in my own personal Facebook account, but it should all be muted. Okay, so this was today's post, Structures and Scenery. We've got quite a few posts here. Here's one from Jonathan. And, oh, there we go. Kelly, you're going to love this. Look at the roof on that. It's a fantastic kit. Fantastic. I think that's a Wolfers kit of an old school Dairy Queen. Plus points for Dairy Queen. And I love that roof. And it's a roof, not a roof. It's a roof. Love it. Nice detail that Jonathan's added there. And we have another kit. Oh, hang on. See, just for Pam, I'm getting better at this. I'm making the pictures bigger this time. Okay, so here we go. Here's another one. So this was the walls are painted with acrylics. There's a mortar wash into there. Doors and window frames have been sprayed probably before fitting them, I would think. And then the details were brush painted with acrylics. So lots of different techniques there. You see just straight away, I think Clark was mentioning this earlier, that the walls are nice and square. There's not big gaping holes. It's a really nice structure. Well done, Jonathan. I like that. Do you like that, Clark? Bit of pizza?
Yeah, I think it's a great looking building. My one comment to Jonathan would be just to tone down the white to fit with the brickwork that he's done beautifully.
Yeah.
Just to tone it down, but he may have just painted it, so that's fine. But it certainly looks like he's done a nice job on that.
It reminds me of a pizza place I went to out in Fostoria.
I'm gonna ban you guys from talking unless you know the unless you remember what you can expect your sentence is going to be.
Some pizza place.
Fostoria.
Some pizza place. Okay, so here's Dan, one of Dan's first structures, and he tried some new techniques, which is great. We've added in the mortar lines there, which helps a lot to make your structure more realistic. And we have a few more in the chat. I think I've got these in the actual main thing, so we'll go back to there and get them from here. And there's a station and a few. I think we've done an attempt of doing a bit of scratch building there on the platforms and everything. So just keep going and keep going. Keep trying to pick up them new skills. Just try them out. If it doesn't work, you can always do it differently. Again, is that done? Oh, a hill. That looks much better than. That's great. What's the different colours? Line. Well, just stand by because there is an even better picture that you put on just afterwards to show the scenery from the top. Because, as someone else said today, we tend to look at our layouts from above, not from eye level, unless you're lucky, and that is fantastic.
Yep, that is.
That's really well done. Lots of different techniques there, and so I guess the key thing here with scenery is there's not one technique. So we've got some good forest floor here. We've got some rock formations well blended into the scenery. You can't really see the dividing line between one thing and another. Blending is really important.
But I think also the big point here, Gordy, is that he's done something that really is important in scenery is the layering. Yeah. He's got multiple layers of different materials in there, and that really brings that scene to life.
So I suppose that involves the 7 stages of planning that we won't say again, to make sure that you apply the layers in the right order.
Yeah.
Well, and you can, you can get them out of sync once in a while, but I think the way he's done that and the way he's applied it has been very well thought out.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ballast on top of static grass doesn't work.
No, or putting down the ground under the trees after you put the trees down. You're better off just putting all that stuff down and then putting trees in.
There's a way to do it.
Yeah.
It's just not easy.
No. And so just before we move on to Neil's picture here, there was a great clinic on the first NMRAX event back in April that was done by Rob Clark, who is a columnist in Model Railroad Hobbyist. And Rob does a great clinic about art and the theory of thirds and things like that to compose scenes. When you're looking at planning and thinking about how to compose a scene on your scenery. And remember, it's very difficult to make something look like the real thing because you're always compressing it. So here's quite a compressed scene. This is a very narrow piece of bench work because on Neil's picture here, you can see that's the edge of the bench work in the bottom left. Either that or that's a very unrealistic color and a very large scale banana just at the left bottom corner. So I'm going to assume that is the edge of Neil's layout. But here we have a great little scene composed here and lots of detail. I like the signal maintainer on the signal. Don't know how many people would notice that, but details are really important, hey guys, to complete a scene.
I like the fact he's got the building close to the edge of the cliff there, and then looks like a set of either a ladder or stirrups going down the rock.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Great detail. Details are really important. Details can make or break a scene, I think. And on A Clark, details mean points.
Oh yeah, details mean points. That's for sure.
All right, this is great. I've been watching Neil build this. Neil's a fellow British Region member, so I've been watching him build this for a few weeks. This is a scratch. It's a laser kit. Sorry, and I know that Neil's scratch building some stuff to go around this scene, but really nice job. With the rods going down there through the bottom of the interlocking tower.
Yeah, I'm just reading his comments where he's added the extra control levers to go down, and that's pretty cool.
And he's interior. You're looking in, you can actually see a person standing there. Probably he's got the levers and everything else.
Yeah, and he's got his braces on.
Yep.
Yeah, there's and there's full lighting in there as well.
Wow.
So
nice work.
Mm. And here, this looks like a Wolfer's kit. But here's a great example of how you can take a kit and personalize it. So this is from Aaron Adams. I think this is great. So Aaron's here's got a Wolfer's kit, pretty standard downtown area kit, but it's turned it into Starbucks. I mean, you could have turned that kit into a multitude of shops, but I think that's really cool.
Yeah, and it sort of goes along with the thing that Jim Sacco was talking about, Main Street, taking these kits that you can get from Walthers and this design preservation stuff and changing them out on the first story to modernize them from the 30s to the 50s and beyond, and keeping the old style structure.
Absolutely. Yeah, big shout out to Mr. Sacco. Fantastic clinic earlier today. And here we have some scenery. It's from John Myers. And a nice bit of a mine there on his Oregon River Railroad. Very good. Well done.
Very good. Nice
composed scene. Nice way to fill a corner. And it looks like it's an upper deck. There's I see more layout underneath. Nice job. Hopefully you'll share more of that layout on Wednesday when it's LD Sig Day. And Andy, I'm going to strangle you because there is no such thing as KFC in Orkney or any fast food for that matter. And so you put a picture of fast food on there. Thanks, mate. Thanks, Tar. That's lovely. Good man. So here we have KFC, and we've got the sign there. Nice. Looks like there's a lot going around that scene. We have a little market to the side of it, and other structures going around. And those two structures are the same there in that picture, which is very real, very, very much true to life. Good work. Okay, and oops. I think we have another picture from Andy, which is looks like I'm going to make an assumption which is probably not a good idea because it makes something of something and something. But that looks scratch built to me, and it looks like it's in progress, not quite a finished structure. But that doesn't mean it can't sit on the layout while you're waiting to finish it. Decide whether you're happy with it, whether you can live with it. There's some other structures.
Well, it's almost like the interior is under construction. I think that's really what he's trying to.
Oh yeah.
What he's trying to show, and I think that's kind of neat. Not every building has to be finished inside. It can be under construction, and that's kind of cool.
Yeah, I like that. I was just going to point out though as well, Clark, there on the left. You can see that Andy's there mocking up the next scene, where he's just trying some fronts of the buildings.
Yeah,
he's just assembled the fronts of the buildings, but not the whole building, just to.
And I think that's an important fact that you just mentioned, Gordy. When even myself, I will just place a building, and it doesn't have to be completely finished. I will place it in a spot thinking, especially in a sort of a town, maybe a cluster of buildings, I keep moving them until I get to the right combination, and then I will finish them and put them in place. But don't be afraid to move them around a little bit until that one scene scene of cluster of buildings, it hits you and goes, hey, that's the look.
Okay, cool. Here we go. Coming up next, there's Lloyd's layout. Fantastic piece of work. great. This is pretty much his first layout.
Wow.
So, yeah, just goes to show, get practicing. There's no reason why, even if you don't plan on starting your layout for another 10 to 20 years, there's no reason why you can't still start building structures now, because
Absolutely.
you get that track work down, you get the bench work down, you get that track work down, you get the trains running, and it goes to a very slow pace. Because it takes a long time. There's a lot of hours in each of these structures to do all the interiors that Lloyd's done there and all the lighting. So it slows right down, and that's where you can lose the will.
I like his. If you look on the let's see, it would be the left side of the picture past the pizza. There's on the backdrop. They've got a building, which is kind of neat, painted on there.
Just
forced perspective.
I think that's probably a digital image.
Is it? Well, yeah. Well, you know what? At the club,
I think you're right, guys. I think that is a digital image, and it's just extending that street. He probably has maybe a shot where the street actually continues on too, and that will add so much depth. That space may only be 15 inches wide or so.
Yeah, we had on our mountain at the club, we have a fire tower, and we couldn't find anything small enough because we didn't want to put HO on it. We didn't want to put N gauge on it. We wanted to do Z gauge, and you just couldn't find them. And when we measured what it would be in Z gauge, we finally realized, why don't we just take a picture and cut it out? And we found one on the internet, and one of our members literally went into the picture, smaller than Z scale, and cut out all the blue sky colors and put it up on the wall at the top of this mountain. And it's about 14 feet from the viewing point of the person walking through the layout. And it literally looks like a scratch-built fire tower until you explain to them it's just a photograph. So photographs can do a lot.
Yeah.
That's awesome. And then the final point, and then we're going to go to the questions in the chat because it's 1:45, is that there's these trees in the background are flat.
Wow.
But they're in there but they stand off from the back scene. So it's running down the back of the buildings. So
yeah, he's probably got the buildings right up against the wall pretty well, and then just extended the height up. And but it looks terrific. And the other thing I really like is on this pizza building, he's got the some roof details and stuff that stick up, and it extends the scene not only width-wise, because it's not a very wide, probably a shelf, but he's using his space by extending it up, and your eye really follows that.
So even if you're doing a low relief building, I think the key thing with the trees is even if you're doing a half relief building or a low relief building, you've not got all four sides of the building. If you put something behind the building, it makes the scene continue, even if it really doesn't. It's kind of like using mirrors and stuff. All right, enough of that. Thank you everybody for posting your pictures today. We'll put up another post tomorrow, and we'd love for you to share with us more tomorrow. Just want to say, Pam, no, I wasn't meaning for you to tell me the name of the applicators. I was hoping Barbara was online because it was Barbara Hoblet that told me about these. And it was about 4 years ago, so maybe she can't remember what they are. But anyway, okay. Right, questions. Brad, what do we have in the chat?
Okay, the first question comes from Andrew. What products do you use to fill gaps in plaster? Anyone?
Clark.
I use plaster. I make up a slurry of very thin hydrocal, and I'll use it almost. You can do it like they do when they're cake decorating. You can put it in a Ziploc bag and then just cut out the little tip and then squeeze it out like your cake decorating. You can squeeze it in the holes or whatever. And if it's on a structure like a little structure, maybe there's some kind of deformity in that wall, you can just come in, let it start to set up. It won't take long for it to harden, and then just take maybe an X-Acto knife and carve in whatever it is to match the rest of the surrounding. But if you're talking 2 walls, like at the corner, just put a little slurry of a plaster in there.
Okay. Andrew?
So joint compounds, another thing I've used, and not hydrocal. Oh, here we go again with the not remembering the thing that you use. Sculptamold. There we go.
Sculptamold, yeah.
Yeah. Kind of all similar products. Sculptamold, you can make it to whatever consistency, kind of like hydrogen, differently.
Okay. Anyone else want to chime
for
in on
my experience in doing scenery, especially if I'm doing rock work or something, if I find that I've got a crack that's, I could probably stuff something into it, I look at it and say, okay, how would a bush be growing near it, or plants, or put a tree in front of it, or whatever I need to do to disguise it, and it actually starts to look better.
I do have add-on. So if you have like a module where you got plywood up to foam joint, treat it like a wall and use the tape, the reinforced tape, and then the plaster, whatever your plaster of choice for fixing a wall joint compound to fill in the gap along the edge. It's something I've found happens quite a bit. The foam changes size.
Yeah. Good.
Cool. Okay, next question.
The next one's more of a tip. Bruce has posted here, a friend of mine will take a new kit and put all the walls into a copier and then paste them onto foam core board and mocks up the building and puts on the layout. Now, I think Clark touched on that before. Anyone want to expand on that method?
Well, I'll take that just for a quick second. Lance Mindhome actually does that just for his structures, full stop. So it's, if you print a digital image off with good enough quality and you stick details on to make that structure not just flat, then that's a possible way to scratch build a structure. And if you can do the scaling and get the scaling right, it can be a very realistic, very, very realistic way of building structures, especially maybe not foreground structures, but certainly the structures that you're going into the background. Does anyone want to add anything to that, or should we go to another question because we're on 10?
Kelly?
Yeah, go on, Kelly.
I'll go real quick. When I joined the club back in 2011, I walked in and there's this one scene in Klamath Falls where they have a bunch of warehouses, and I was amazed by the structures. It wasn't until later that I found out they were all mock-ups. They were all made of cardboard, but they did such detailed work on the cardboard that it looked fantastic. So using paper or whatever other materials, you look at the picture, and if you can copy it, it'll look fantastic.
Cool. Next question.
Gordy, that micro grass applicator, do you have a model number for that?
Well, he's not the model, because look at the application that he used.
It's called a ProGrass Precision Applicator. So there's not a model number, but if you look for Precision Applicator, ProGrass Precision Applicator on the WWS website, it's there. I'll hold it a bit closer in case you can't understand Gordy E's language. There you go. Okay. Next question.
That's pretty much about it for the questions out of the chat here. I did see that Pam did put a link through to those micro brushes in the Facebook chat as well, if anyone's looking.
Thanks, Pam. Okay, cool. Well, thank you everybody for joining our roundtable. We'll let you all get on with the rest of the evening. There's some great clinics. So we've got Lloyd, whose photograph we just looked at in that scene. And Lloyd, we are expecting you to expand on how you did that scene, not just some building interiors when you do your clinic. You've got Lloyd coming up next in Canada doing building interiors. Then we are, Clark mentioned Bar Mills kits, and we have Jack Ellis from Bar Mills Model Works, who will talk to us about constructing structures using their kits. And we will then go to Barry Silverthorne, who's going to talk about Roomettes, great new products from Canada, fantastic product there. Great idea, and great way to add interiors and detail into your structure. Nice and easy. Then Jeff Palmer, MMR from Texas, will talk about roads to improve roads and how they can improve your scenery and your general scene. And then Dwayne Richardson, MMR, will talk through his clinic on what it takes to make a model great. So, great lineup for the evening. It's been a great day so far. I'm going to leave you now and leave you in the capable hands of Brad and Speed at the bottom of the Helix. But thank you to everyone who's joined us today. Thank you to the panel for taking the time out to talk to our viewers. Thank you, guys. And
thank you,
Brad.
Just quickly,
Roll
Gordy,
the merch advert.
just letting everyone know that we're going to kill the stream and start a new one as well.
Okay. Cool. Well, we'll kill this stream. New stream coming up really soon.
Well, thank you very much, Gordy, for hosting this, and Brad. And to all those out there, show your support. Join the NMRA.
Yep.